Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to New Road. It's a slightly different scene to yesterday when we had glorious sunshine from start to finish. The clouds are a lot darker, a lot heavier and more grey than yesterday, certainly. And maybe that just signifies perhaps it's a day you'd want to be bowling. But Worcestershire have some business to attend to in their first innings with the bat first, and they are in a decent position, has to be said, after a very good day yesterday. A fluctuating day that Derbyshire took the ascendancy in the morning, but some terrific batting in the afternoon and evening from the home side really enabled them to have a very good day. Led, of course, by Jack Haynes' sparkling 97 yesterday. Terrific support from Brett D'Oliveira with his innings of 71. And late on yesterday, a great partnership between Ben Cox and Ed Barnard. They put on 88 for the 7th wicket before Cox was out to what turned out to be the last ball of the day, caught behind off Ben Aitchison for 49. But Ed Barnard is still there. He will resume on 48. Alzari Joseph playing his last championship match for Worcestershire. Of course, he's the new batsman as well. So a chance for Worcestershire to try and push on, first of all, beyond 350 if they can, to pick up this next bonus point, and then beyond 400 as a total. And then they would want to try and obviously use these conditions to put some pressure on the Derbyshire batsmen. Talking of Derbyshire, Dave Fletcher is part of our commentary team again today. Morning to you, Dave.
A very small part. Good morning, Dan. How are you? Just looking here, Wayne Madson's fielding at third man. Matt Critchley's at first slip. Wayne Madson obviously feeling the effects of that bang on the finger.
Aitchison starts. And that's not out.
Yes,
Thought you were going to carry on then, Fletch, sorry.
Well, I'm going to have to go for it because I've
of
heard the bongs. I'll have to go for an open o'clock. So
the bongs.
I thought it made little sense for me to commentate on one delivery. But yeah, he's finishing off his over from yesterday, isn't he? Ben Aitchison.
He's got 5 balls, hasn't he? Or 4 now.
Yeah. So Matt Critchley's gone in at first slip, where Leas Deploy was and dropped 2 catches yesterday, and he's gone to second slip. But Wayne Madson, who is a slipper, is down at third man, so obviously he's got a bad thumb by the look of it.
Aitchison bowls, and Joseph is forward, beaten again on the outside edge. Through it goes to Brooke Guest. The first delivery was a full-blooded drive from Joseph, and that one was much more of a defensive prod at the ball.
Are Derbyshire pleased it looks like a bowling day? No, I don't think they are.
So.
I don't think they are.
No. Could be tough for the visitors. A chance here for Worcestershire to really ram home their advantage. Joseph, who's shown his promise with the bat certainly this season. That's wide outside the off stump, so Worcestershire do bat deep. Joseph, then the captain Joe Leach to come, and Dylan Pennington is also more than capable, so a total beyond 400, very much a possibility. It's a sort of wicket that the longer you were in, the more comfortable you felt. So a bit of work to do this morning, bit of circumspect batting certainly from the Worcestershire lower order as Aitchison moves past the umpire and bowls outside the off stump, and Joseph shows good judgment, so not tempted into any kind of stroke there. Through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run. Talking to Jack Haynes last night after his sparkling innings of 97, obviously really upset not to convert that into his maiden first class 100, but a wonderful innings nevertheless. In comes Aitchison past the umpire, big leap up to the crease and bowls, and that was close. And then a throw coming in does hit the stumps. Alzari Joseph was rehearsing a cover drive at the time, but he hadn't wandered out of his crease. So the end of the first over must have been mighty close to thinning that through to the wicketkeeper. It'd be interesting to see that on a replay to see if that did take the outside edge, because the reaction of Ben Aitchison, it wasn't taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. As the two batsmen have a chat at the start of this second over. Ed Barnard on 48, a couple of runs away from another half century. A terrific season he's had with the bat, Ed Barnard. That maiden 100 in the first game of the season, 58 against Notts here, and then an unbeaten 76 up at Edgbaston in that scramble for some bonus points. I'll have an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's audience soon, as Connors starts from the New Road end and moves one outside the off stump, and Barnard plays no stroke. Has a quick look up to the sky. Can definitely tell it's a very different kettle of fish to yesterday. And will Connors be as potent as he was? He was very good in the early part, his first spell yesterday with the new ball. His second new ball is into the 17th over now. He seems to have conditions in his favour. He bowls. Barnard will drop this down towards square leg. But will come through for a single. His first run of the day, and Worcestershire's first as well. He moves up to 49. And Alzari Joseph comes down on strike. He's played a number of lusty cameos this season, Alzari Joseph. 46 against Derbyshire up at the county ground in the first meeting, and 61 in the next game here against Nottinghamshire. So he's a dangerous customer. Here comes Connors from the New Road end, past the umpire and bowls. Joseph is forward solidly, defends this back up the pitch, and there's no run. Again, brilliant to see the crowd in today. Not quite so many shirt sleeves, understandably. Probably a few more coats as well today than there were yesterday. Although certainly entertained. As Connors moves in. Alzari Joseph plays no stroke to another wide one outside the off stump. He's searching for that line, Connors, but he's a little bit too wide at the moment. Not making the batsman play. I don't think I'm going to say anything to the listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester at 11 o'clock.
You're on just after midday, I think, here.
I think,
We've got the effects.
We should have. Oh, hang on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle anybody.
Connors in and bowls, and still no run here for Joseph. Out to point, and there's no run. You might have a point.
It just seems very quiet.
It does. That's because it is.
Oh,
there we go. Talk amongst yourselves, everybody.
the
hum. The hum is back.
Beautiful.
There we have it. So one more ball of Connors' opening over to go. 337 for 7. 1 run added so far. Connors bowls. This is short, but not discomforting. Tall man like Joseph up onto his toes, barely up onto his toes to play this safely down into the offside. End of the over. 337 for 7. Joseph yet to get off the mark from his 9 deliveries. Barnard still that 1 run shy of a half century.
Your near namesake Dan Wheeldon's just arrived. He's the Derbyshire cricket manager.
Oh, okay.
Just seen him directed to the changing rooms there, by the changing rooms in the pavilion by Anuj Dahl, who's down on the front row. I don't know what difference that'll make, but he's here. And I'm happy to say that Ben Aitchison's going to continue from the Diglis end. I was hoping that he wasn't going to just bowl up 5 deliveries. A wicket maiden, incidentally. Oh, no, it wasn't. Yes, it was. A wicket maiden he bowled last. Good delivery. This isn't particularly pleasant viewing for Derbyshire and Derbyshire supporters, I'm afraid, because, yes, they're technically bottom half of the batting order batsmen, but they're still very capable, these two, and there's been a certain amount of playing and missing. Alzari Joseph out there in the middle for the first time, of course, following the departure of Ben Cox last night. But Barnard, who's on strike now, turns it into the leg side, and there's his half century. He's going to come back for the second run as well as Sam Connors comes in. He moves on to 52. Really, really good knock from Ed Barnard. Scored the bulk of those runs last night. 64 balls and 7 fours. And well batted him. Batted really nicely. In fact, last night we said, didn't we, he'd sort of sneaked up on us how many runs he'd scored, and he caught up with Ben Cox quite quickly. He's going at a good old lick. He faces this next delivery and drives it straight back to Aitchison.
Yeah, his third half century of the season to go with that 100 as well in the opening game, averaging comfortably over 50.
I'll text you a couple of bits, is that alright?
Terrific stuff.
Really good cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Really good cricketer.
Yeah, he's integral to this Worcestershire side.
Just the 2 slips for Ben Aitchison, who's in again. Barnard plays and misses at that one. Aitchison with his hand across his eyes. Couldn't quite believe how he didn't nick that one through. And as I say, it's not hugely encouraging. Wayne Madsen, who's down at third man, is just getting some intel from the wicket-keeper, who's just telling him that it's doing all sorts. So that's probably not what Wayne Madsen is going to be batting at some point today necessarily wanted to hear. I wonder what's going through Ben McDermott's mind at point. He'll be out there too. Aitchison in again, and there's the full face of the bat on that one from Barnard. Pushes it up to Billy Godalman at mid-off.
Because I guess for Worcestershire it's also a two-edged thing as well, isn't it? Because yeah, they'll obviously want to try and pick up at least one more bowling point, batting point rather, at 350 and try and get towards 400. But if they are bowled out in these challenging conditions early on, they'll know that it's going to be the same for Derbyshire.
Yeah, they've got a really good chance here today, haven't they? Worcestershire. Derbyshire are going to battle hard to get anything, as this next delivery is wide of the off stump and bounces twice before it reaches a tumbling Brooke Guest, who moves across to his right to prevent the ball from going past him. It's the end of the over. 339 for 7. Alzari Joseph yet to get off the mark. Ed Barnard is 51 not out. Aitchison now 19 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 47. Sam Connors, who picked up that wicket with the first delivery yesterday, got 2 for 57 from his 16 overs. So Aitchison nice and economical as ever. Definitely I would say the pick of the seam bowlers this season when he's played. Did at first slip.
Connors with the new over, and very nearly picks up Joseph again with the one just outside the off. So that's a better line. It's making the batsman play close through to Brooke Guest. So I was miles away there.
I thought you might have been.
Yeah.
I thought you just drifted off.
Look at the scoreboard.
It's a bit early to be losing it.
I know, I was working out bonus points and everything else a minute ago. Yeah, don't do that. Connors bowls, and this is a lovely looking shot from Joseph. A great shot for nothing, because he picks out Billy Godalman at mid-off. That came right out of the screws, but straight to the man.
I'll be self-indulgent for a moment.
Go on.
I just had a reply of the person I erroneously sent something to earlier, but he's fine about it.
Good man.
If you go on BBC Sounds Sports Scene podcast, if you're a subscriber, it will have dropped already, but there's a new cricket podcast on there.
Connors past the umpire and bowls, and Joseph tries to pull it. He's got a bottom edge. You'll get a single here as it trickles out towards mid-wicket. And it's fielded by Dustin Melton, who took that terrific catch to get rid of Jack Haynes yesterday. Wasn't a loopy miss hit to deep mid-wicket. It was a short boundary out towards the ladies' pavilion on the leg side for the right-hander. But it was flat and went quickly.
Yeah, good catch.
And he was in, wasn't he? The three-quarters, trying to maybe fashion a run out, and suddenly found the ball screaming at him, and backpedaled a bit, and in the end took a very good catch high to his right. It's just a full toss and driven by Barnard, but again, Godalming to his right to field.
He's sort of in that position now. We've got Dustin Melton at square leg on the boundary and Wayne Madsen down at long leg. And all the batsman really has to do is tap it into the leg side and run, and there is a single on offer all the time.
I mean, there's no one, is there? I mean, Hughes is at mid-on.
And that's it. It's incredible, really.
And he's quite deep, although he'll get in close, I suppose, walking in. But Connors bowls. Better a line again. He's making the batsman play now. Barnard fully behind that one, though, pushing it back up the pitch. Yeah, there's plenty of free grass there for the Worcestershire batsman to nudge and run. 2 slips, a third man, point, cover, mid-off on the offside. And just Alex Hughes employed saving a single at mid-on with those 2 men out in the deep. Connors bowls, and off the back foot this time Barnard. It's cross that he hasn't quite either timed that better or placed it better, because he's found Finn Hudson-Prentice, who hadn't got to move a muscle actually except to bend down when the ball reaches his shins to field. And Barnard, is he rehearsing a shot as he trotted towards the non-striker's end, thinking either side of him might have been at least 2 or possibly 4, but picked the man out straight away. 2:41 for 7 at the end of that over. Barnard 52, Joseph has 1.
Yeah, he was a little unfortunate there, wasn't he? He didn't quite hit it as he wanted to do, but he's on strike again now, having pinched a strike, and he gets a leading edge that squirts to Ben McDermott a point from the first ball of a new Ben Aitchison over. The podcast, before I forget, I might mention it again later on. We've been running a series of pieces on Sports Scene at 6 throughout this week to mark the 150th anniversary of Derbyshire's first class match up at Old Trafford against Lancashire. That was archive interviews and footage and all sorts of stuff. It's been absolutely fascinating as Aitchison's in again, and that one is pushed but inside edge out into the onside where Hudson-Prentice does the fielding. It's available now, all joined together, and it will have dropped on BBC Sounds if you subscribe to the Sports Scene podcast. If you don't, you can go on to BBC Sounds and find it. It's fairly straightforward. Even I can do it. If you want to relive the 81 or 93 Lords final victories, Aitchison bowls and beats Barnard, just pushes forward, and the ball goes past the edge and through to Brooke Guest. So 9 more runs Worcestershire for their 4th batting bonus point, and then obviously 400 will complete the set. Derbyshire need a couple more wickets, and then they'll get their opportunity to bat. It'd be interesting to see if Brooke Guest, having kept wicket for the entire innings, did it the other way around against Durham. He opened the batting with Billy Godalming and then kept wicket in Durham's innings when he replaced Harvey Hussain behind the stumps. Aitchison is in again, and that's defended out into the offside to Melton. It's a slightly different dynamic when you've just kept wicket for an entire day and then part of day 2, and then you go and open the batting. So it'd be interesting to see if he does open the batting. He's clearly the number 1 candidate. I wouldn't be surprised to see McDermott open the batting in white ball cricket, but I'm not sure whether it would be fair on him necessarily to be asked to open the batting. Billy Godalming will certainly open the batting, but who is his partner? That's the question, as Aitchison is in, and that one is edged but along the ground. Might even have been off bottom edge down to Matt Critchley at first slip, and it bounced at least twice, if not 3 times, before it reached him. There's still no pace in the pitch necessarily, I don't think it's a particularly pacey pitch. We're told, well, we weren't told, I was listening to somebody else's conversation yesterday, and the suggestion was it would speed up, and that tomorrow, Saturday, day 3, would be the best day for batting. Derbyshire in their second innings tomorrow might be okay as this next delivery from Edgerton. He's dabbed down towards third man, a tumbling effort by Deploy to stop it, can't get there. Wayne Madsen does, and impeccable counting to 6 by Ed Barnard as he pinches the strike for the second over in a row to move on to 53. Worcestershire to 342 for 7. Alzari Joseph at the other end. He's on 1.
Yeah, there's a smiling apology, I think, from Ed Barnard to Alzari Joseph as the two of them have a quick chat at the end of that over. 53 and Nick the bowling, 342 for 7. So 10 overs left. I mean, 350, yes. I mean, there might be asking some to get towards 400 in the next 10 overs to pick up their 5th and final batting point. As Connors resumes, firing in towards Barnard's pads. Might have been a little hint of bat in that. Is there a wait for the signal from umpire Bay? Looks like the legs buys. It is. So Barnard will stay on 53, but 43
last
for 7.
Season, 110 overs, you had to stop, didn't you? That's been done away with.
It's not exactly conditions to have a thrash, I don't think.
No, I think that could cause the team's downfall.
Get the 350 first, and then worry about it afterwards. Joseph, it's a thick outside edge. It's in the air a long time, but there's no 3rd or 4th slip who might have been interested. It was quite high, having said that, so they might even have struggled to get it had there been fielders there. A couple of bounces down to Hudson Prentice at 3rd man. So Joseph picks up one more.
I think Alzari Joseph thinks it is conducive to having a thrash.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of his way. Yeah, he sort of tends to bat one way.
Know your strength.
It can be extremely entertaining and damaging, or quite short. As Connors moves past the umpire and bowls. Get a single here. Just dropped into the leg side. Across comes Alex Hughes.
No pressure. All right. You've got a complete set of Hereford and Worcester commentators here now. Look at that. They're queuing up behind you.
What's the total? 345 for 7.
These retired people got nothing better to do.
Connors turns near the cone of sawdust at the top of his run. Moves in smoothly now and bowls, and Alzari Joseph is nicely behind that. Really high left elbow, good technique, pushing it out to mid-on Hughes Field, as if to say no way through here, fellas. 345 for 7. Connors into his 18th over now, 2 for 61. He picked up those 2 wickets in the first hour or so of yesterday's play. Here he comes again, moving in, and Joseph once more is very carefully, everything in line there to that one on about off stump, and back up to the bowler who tosses it first time to Alex Hughes.
In the opening 25 minutes he had the 2 wickets on the board, so he's been unsuccessful since then. Hasn't bowled too badly, to be fair to him, but
no,
going at more than 3 and over. The young strike bowler. 2 21-year-olds bowling in tandem at the moment for Derbyshire.
In he comes, Connors. Joseph on the drive, again frustratingly straight to the man. Godalman at mid-off, but Connors has tightened his line. He's now making the Worcestershire batsman play pretty much every delivery, which wasn't the case in his early overs this morning. But that's better. 345 for 7. End of the 101st over of the Worcestershire first innings. 18 overs, 2 for 61 for Connors, to go with 5 maidens as well. Barnard 54, Joseph 2 from 16. 5 runs away from a 4th batting bonus point.
Barnard on strike for a new Aitchison over, and he plays and misses at that one outside the off stump, just pushes forward tentatively, and the ball goes past the edge and through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Madsen is just having a look up to the skies and wondering where the blue's gone. I'm not sure we're going to see an awful lot of blue sky today. The forecast that I saw on BBC Breakfast this morning suggested that Worcester's sort of right on the edge of a band of rain. Aitchison's in again, and this one's guided down to third man. Wayne Madsen will do the fielding. He picks up another single, 55 to Barnard, 346 for 7.
Yeah, it doesn't look the sort of cloud. I mean, I don't know. I'm no.
What sort of cloud is it? Come on.
I'm not going to name the cloud.
I think you should name
I am not going to name the cloud.
Each and every one of the clouds. I think you should.
I was going to say it doesn't look like it's just the sun comes out a little bit. It doesn't look like that sort of cloud that will burn away. But I don't know. Who knows?
Well, it looks quite a thick cloud, doesn't it? Yeah. Thick cloud, I would suggest it is. That would be the technical term for it. As Aitchison is in again, and this one is defended by Alzari Joseph. Told you they're queuing up behind you. There's no run, 346 for 7. He can sit here if he wants, I'm not bothered. 20 minutes, one of his stories, I'd have thought, Frankie. It is interesting that they've moved Liz to play out her first slip though. Perhaps not surprising given his woes yesterday trying to catch the ball. Aitchison's in, and this one is down the leg side. Joseph tries to get bat on ball but fails to do so, and it's taken by a tumbling guest.
I mean, it does make a difference, doesn't it? First and second.
No,
there is
absolutely.
A difference,
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it's a good question about.
He's been having such a bad time this season with the bat. He's got a score of 98, which I think was against Worcestershire. It might not have been. I'll check. And nothing else virtually. Leas deploy. Yeah, it was against Worcestershire. This next delivery is. Oh, I thought there was a noise there. Did you?
I did.
Oh, excellent. Good. I thought I was going mad.
I did, definitely.
I thought he'd nicked that through to the keeper there, Alzari Joseph, but he hadn't.
Again, obviously just caught his pads with the bat, or maybe just flicked the bottom of the ground. I don't know, but there's definite noise there.
Yeah, I was convinced.
We're hearing things, Fletch.
Well,
no one else is.
It's a worry, isn't it? So I should just, every time there's a ball, I just go,
oh, that was it.
Did you hear that?
It's you.
It's me putting my pen top back on. Next delivery's pushed out into the offside up to Billy Godalman at mid-off, the Derbyshire skipper. It's the end of the Aitchison over just the one leg by of it, I think. 346 for 7. We must have had 6 overs. We have, because everybody's having gel applied to their hands. Joseph has 2. Barnard has 55. And we've had 102 overs now, so you'd have thought the 400 is distinctly out of the question, isn't it? Now they're concentrating on just accumulating as many runs as they possibly can here, the Worcestershire batsmen, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, it's a different sort of scenario to the one up at Edgbaston, where it was the last day and all you could get out of the game realistically was bonus points. This is very different. Yes, get the 350, and then rather than risk thrashing, trying to get the next 50 in no time and get bowled out, you've got to try and bat and grind Derbyshire down as much as you can. This first delivery from a new over from Connors is fired into the pads of Barnard. He's got something on it. It's gone down to long leg. It's gone down as a run, hasn't it? I haven't seen any knee tapping from Rob Bailey, the umpire. So Barnard goes up to 56, 347 for 7. Now the real intrigue here is, Fletch, as we tick round to 11:27, is will we need anything at 11:30 on the radio?
Well, I know we will, so I'll disappear, but I think they've forgotten all about it.
I think they have. Connors bowls, and Joseph again is right behind this one on off stump, out to the covers, and there's no run. He's been very watchful so far, Alzari Joseph. Nothing too expansive. He's played every ball as it's come to him in terms of if it's a good ball, he's just defending it. Hasn't had too much to hit. A couple of expansive drives that he hasn't managed to connect with, but showing good discipline here to try and support Ed Barnard and get Worcestershire towards 400 at least. There's a sliding stop there by Dustin Melton just behind square leg. Good work from him again. Stops any thought of a second run. He had Wayne Madsen hurtling in from long leg as well to pick up any pieces. So there will be an update at 11:30 approximately for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners, as Connors has a quick look at the ball before he makes his way towards the wickets and bowls. Barnard is forward, looking to see if there's a chance to nick a single somewhere, but it's hit the man Ben McDermott at point and there's no run. Acheson's got the ball in his hands and giving it a quick look and then a rub. He'll go back to his position at first slip, with Deploy relegated to second slip from first yesterday. Relegated's a bit hard moved. Hughes is a very enthusiastic shiner of the ball at mid-on. He gives it another rub too before lobbing it to Connors. Finally we're ready. Connors in, bouncer, hooked very nicely by Ed Barnard. That's a terrific shot in front of square, fully in control, just rolled the wrists over it and dispatched it really emphatically. He's up to 60 now and the 350 is up, and Worcestershire pick up their fourth batting bonus point with a terrific shot, again exposing the relative lack of pace in this wicket. Barnard almost off the front foot pulling that one, lots of time, and picked his spot very well. What sort of replies Connor's got now? Hasn't bowled too many bumpers. This one is wide of the off stump. Final ball of the over. Barnard leaves alone. 352 for 7. Barnard has 60, Joseph has 3. Looks refreshed, Ed Barnard, after missing the defeat at Nottinghamshire in the last round last week. Gets through so much work for Worcestershire. He looks like he's benefiting from having a little break, certainly with the bat, as Aitchison continues from the Diglis end to Joseph, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And Joseph, as impressive as he's been in bursts with the bat this season, he'll want to sign off in style with the ball as well. 11 wickets at 42 thus far. Aitchison past the umpire and bowls to him. Again he's effectively behind this next delivery. Out to Finn Hudson-Prentice at mid-wicket. Best of 2 for 22 in that second innings of Warwickshire's. At Edgbaston. Understandably, he's taken his time to find his feet and his rhythm at the start of the season in this stint he's got with the county. Well, Worcestershire have moved beyond the 350 mark, and with it brought up their fourth batting bonus point in fine style as well. A hook off the front foot from Ed Barnard to the mid-wicket boundary of Sam Connors. Barnard up to 60 with that 4. Alzari Joseph has offered measured support so far as well. He's definitely playing within himself, playing the situation. He has 3 from 25 deliveries, so the possibility of 400 within 110 overs for Worcestershire and a 5th batting bonus point looks a long way off at the moment. They probably won't go for that. They're in the 104th over now. It's all about accruing as many runs as they possibly can. Challenging batting conditions. The overhead skies are helping Derbyshire this morning. The ball is moving about more than it did yesterday. Worcestershire, so far so good. 353 for 7 in the 104th over. They'll be pleased enough to get through the first half an hour of play without any further loss. Now Aitchison just makes a minor adjustment to the field. Now he's happy. Here he comes, past the umpire, bowls wide outside the off stump. Barnard not tempted. Lets it go through to Brooke Guest. Fletcher's back with us.
Did they come to you this time?
They did.
Oh, excellent.
They did.
Yes,
They did.
excellent.
They did.
Yes, it makes you feel wanted, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I had a bit of cue beforehand, and thought, as if to say, look, we know you're there.
I had Rita Ora. That's never a good thing.
Aitchison bowls outside the off stump. That might have come back a bit, actually. Certainly the reaction from Aitchison, who pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration, because that seemed to swing back in to the batsman, but sadly for Aitchison, long after it passed the stumps, and Guest took it low down to his left, having to move quite sharpish in the end. End of the over. Aitchison 22 overs now, 1 for 50 with 3 maidens. Worcestershire 353 for 7.
The Godalmann's nipped off for a moment, so Anuj Dal comes on. That means that Wayne Madsen will be in charge of things out there on the field. I don't think he'll change too much. The 2 slips will remain in place for Sam Connors. Ben Aitchison at first slip, and Leas to ploy. He won't get many steps in, Leas, will he? Second slip to second slip. Crouching down now. Sam Connors to continue from the New Road end. Bowls, and that one is driven straight back over his head. It hasn't quite timed it there, Alzari Joseph, so it won't go all the way for forward. He'll pick up a couple low as Matt Critchley retrieves the ball about 15 yards in from the boundary rope. Just lofted it back over Sam Connors' head, so perhaps it's a batting day after all.
Maybe the shackles will be off a bit now, because the 350 is posted, the bonus points in the bag, and
well, they might just say,
yeah,
let's go for it now that we've got that 4th batting bonus point. Let's see if we can get 5. Why not? We're in a good position at 355 for 7. 5
overs to go after this one.
Connors bowls to Joseph, who pushes it up towards mid-on. He's quite deep, Alex Hughes, and Joseph was quite keen on a run, but I don't think that Barnard was. As a result, they both stay exactly where they were.
That's the first time we've seen Joseph really kind of open his shoulders and go for something a bit more risky. Certainly the first time he's hit something in the air. Maybe it's time for a few fireworks from him.
That'll be good, wouldn't it? Bit of entertainment for the crowd. Connors is in again, and off the back foot forced into the offside up towards mid-off, where the first time in the match Billy Godalmann isn't, because he's off the field at the moment. He's returned to the boundary's edge. There was no run from that delivery, incidentally. He's on the boundary's edge talking to Dave Houghton, and interesting to earwig that conversation. Ajmal Shazad there as well, the bowling coach. Joseph, knees slightly bent, bright orange heels on his boots, drives very, very nicely indeed, but straight to Matt Critchley all along the floor. Made good connection with that one.
That really flew, didn't it? Really did ping.
Straight to Matt Critchley, though. He barely had to move. Again, much like Finn Hudson-Prentice before, the only thing he had to do was bend down and make sure the ball didn't go past him. Joseph on 6 from 30 deliveries. That's how circumspect he's been. And he waits now for this next Connors delivery that he pushes up to Alex Hughes, this time at mid-on. Hughes is in quickly. With his sleeveless sweater hanging limply like the sleeveless sweaters Derbyshire players wear do. Not gathered in at the waist. Don't like them.
Tailored look. You don't like the tailored look?
Well, it's not. Is it tailored?
Fitted?
I like the sweaters should be gathered at the waist, shouldn't they? But these just hang limply off the shoulders.
Tenty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jumble sailish. The mid-wicket's dropped back and he's driven it very aerially to the right of Alex Hughes, and the short boundary means it's got the legs to go all the way to the rope. 4 to end the over from Alzari Joseph. He moves into double figures. He's got 10. Barnard's got 60. And Worcestershire are 359 for 7 now.
Yeah, he's played that well as well, Alzari Joseph. Bit of bottom hand at the last minute just to take it into that gap beyond Alex Hughes at mid-on. Lots of room there if you can find the gap, and he timed it well again. Away for 4, 359 for 7 at the end of that over. Joseph into double figures, 10 from 32. Barnard has 60 from 87 balls. Connor's 2 for 73 now from his 20 overs. Elsewhere, Jamie Overton's got something in common with Daryl Mitchell.
Oh dear.
Quiz question. What might that be?
Dismissed to the first delivery of the day?
Yes. Only difference is he had 50. Poor old Daryl, first ball of the match yesterday. As Aitchison starts a new over, and Barnard will pick up a single, dabbing it down to third man. Wade Madsen does the work. Through they come, 61 to Barnard, 360 for 7. Yeah, Overton out for 50. David Payne getting rid of him. Hashim Amla though still there, got 100 yesterday. Sorry, 285 for 6. Leicestershire also have taken an early wicket. Grace Road against Middlesex, a 270 for 8. Tom Helm's gone out, caught behind off Ben Mike. Aitchison bowls. This is full, nicely turned into mid wicket, but again he's found the man, Alzari Joseph. Good tumbling stop by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Check out Durham. Gives me no pleasure.
79 for 7.
Oh, well, mine says 81 for 8 now.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I'm a bit behind.
81 for 8.
There we go. Oh, we are now, yeah. I'm a bit behind the excellent work of Jed Scott, who's on the Cricket Live today again.
Go on, Jed. Keep
on
up.
To you. Aitchison bowls, and this is strikes Alzari Joseph just above his leading pad. Might hurt. He's gone down on his haunches a bit.
I think that's hurt him.
Yes. Again, might have cut back into the right-hander. Saw quite a bit of that yesterday. Ed Barnard just comes down to check his partner's all right. He's now standing up straight, flexing that left leg. Don't rub it, don't rub it.
Yeah, show no pain.
Yeah. 360 for 7. 84 for 8, yes, Durham replying to Essex's 182. 17 of the 18 wickets have either been bowled or LBW. Okay. Aitchison in, big leap before he bowls and fires it into the block hole. Defended by Joseph, back to the bowler.
John Curtis, no need for a mobile phone really. But he's got one strapped to his ear at the moment.
At Hove, Northampton 120 for 5, replying to Sussex's 175. As Aitchison bowls. Joseph will get a run here, just a turn into the leg side. Finn Hudson-Prentice has dropped deep.
Yeah.
He was in the orthodox position, saving a single, but he's now dropped 30-40 yards towards the boundary, so easy single again.
I think he'll bowl the next over from the New Road end, Hudson-Prentice. Just got a feeling. Mainly because he's stretching every part of his body. And Sam Connors now has his cap on. All the clues are there. It's like, what was that programme?
Aitchison bowls. Barnard doesn't get a run. Shades of Jack Haynes and Jake Libby for a nanosecond there as Barnard drove it out towards Godalming at mid-off and then sort of took a couple of steps forward and then sort of slammed the anchors on just in time. End of the over, 361 for 7, Barnard 61, Joseph 11, through the keyhole.
That's exactly the programme, yeah. It came back to me after I'd got to the end of the sentence.
That's not still going, is it?
I don't...
is it on some cable channel somewhere?
It was done by Keith Lemon, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
He did it, he revived it. It is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice, incidentally. I'm just wondering about the evening meal that Derbyshire had last night, because Billy Godalming's been off. Ben McDermott then went off when Godalming returned, and now Matt Critchley's disappeared for a brief spell. And they've only been going 43 minutes, unless they've had an extra cup of coffee this morning. 3 different players have already left the field. It's an extended spell out there for Anuj Dahl, who's fielding in the covers. Hasn't been able to dislodge Ben McDermott from point, which is where Dahl would normally field. And here's Finn Hudson-Prentice bowling to Alzari Joseph on 11, and he drives it very pleasantly straight to Billy Godalming. So yeah, I'm sure there's nothing untoward. Critchley's currently sitting in the front row of the Graham Hick Pavilion, away to our right hand side, along with the substitute 12th man, who is John T, the strength and conditioning coach. These Derbyshire Whites. Somebody wants a cap. Ben Aitchison's cap is going to be brought back on, so he's leaving shortly, or at least being replaced, as Hudson-Prentice bowls a delivery that seems to keep a bit low. He slams his bat down on it, Joseph, and it dribbles no more than a foot away from his front foot. Well, that one, I mean, he's a tall man anyway, isn't he? But he just seemed to have to slam the bat down a little quickly there, as the ball didn't bounce as much as you might have expected. Then again, Finn Hudson-Prentice isn't as quick as Sam Connors, so he's not going to get the bounce. He'll look for the movement through the air and off the seam. This ball only 26 overs old. 361 for 7. As he whips this one down towards long leg, there's a chase round there for Wayne Madsen, who gets there and keeps them down to a single. Joseph 2-12, 362 for 7.
Is it a thicker headband today, or is it just me?
Or thinner hair? I don't know. It's got that very awkward upward curl once it reaches his neck, his hair, hasn't it? The bit that he was fiddling with.
It looks tighter today than yesterday.
Yeah, could be. It's day 2 headband. Again, I'm not a huge expert on this kind of thing, but I see when you yes, no, it does now. Now that yes, I've just,
you see what I mean?
I've just worked out what you're talking about. yes, it does look. It's a bit more Dennis Lilly. Yeah. Unlike his bowling, as this next one is play and a miss from Ed Barnard there. He took a big stride, played an aggressive looking drive, didn't get anywhere near the line of the ball. I don't think Finn Hudson-Prentice would pretend to be Dennis Lilly-esque either, so he's a good operator, as I said yesterday. Really fine cricketer.
Does he play tennis?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He runs away from us now, and that one is on the stumps, and it's turned into the leg side for a single. Looked like a quick single, but it was very comfortable in the end for Ed Barnard. It was to 62, 363 for 7.
Good running. Again, there's plenty of opportunities there.
It's that big gap in the leg side.
But if you're not going to bowl short, then, I mean, you're just giving away runs, aren't you, really?
Well, you are, because there's the 2 men out there on the hook, but
they haven't bowled to that trap at all.
Will Joseph fall into it? No, he drives it straight to Billy Godalming at mid-off.
immediately signals that didn't count.
Yes, I wasn't sure if he played it into the ground or not. Alzari Joseph didn't drop too far short of Billy Godleman, did it?
Very close.
It was, probably inside a foot in front of him. It was a uppish drive, and it was only when I spotted Finn Hudson-Prentice looking around and looking disappointed. But it didn't carry. You could see from here it didn't carry to him.
It was close though. It was right on the half volley. Another yard closer in, and that would have been a catch. But signalled straight away that he picked it up on the bounce.
It was our first sight of the day of Dustin Melton. I had a brief chat with him outside the hotel last night. I don't know if I'm allowed to or not, but I like to fly in the face of convention. And he did walk towards me, so I couldn't really back off, because that would be rude, wouldn't it? And I'm sure the players are more than happy, but we still haven't met them face to face yet.
In comes Melton, and they're going to single here. Ed Barnard runs the first one very quickly, and there's no opportunity to even suggest coming back for a second, as the fielder Sam Connors is in too quickly. Joseph on strike. The slip cordon's gone down from 2 to 1 now, with Lears Deploy positioned at mid-wicket, so just the one slip now as Melton comes in. He can't take it cleanly, diving to his left, Brooke Guest, but they don't take a leg by. Yeah, so just the one slip, and now there is 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. Finn Hudson-Prentice at long leg, Connors at deep mid-wicket, and you've got Deploy in at regulation mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, cover, a deep cover point, who's Ben McDermott, and Wayne Madson's on the third man boundary, slightly wide at third man, as Melton bowls a big swing from Alzari Joseph, who's looking to put that somewhere near the top part of the Basil d'Oliveira stand. Made no connection. 12 from 42 deliveries for Joseph.
I don't think he likes being, I was going to say tied down. He hasn't necessarily been tied down though, but he doesn't like being as circumspect as he's having to be this morning so far.
No. Well, he's done his bit to get beyond the 350. He's batted very sensibly. Maybe he's now going to start to be a bit more free if it's there in his arc. Up he goes again. Should be out, and is out. Caught by Godleman at mid-off. And Alzari Joseph's innings has come to an end. Not a typical one from him in terms of the stroke play we often see in the boundaries, but a valuable one nonetheless. Good support to Ed Barnard, but he's out for 12 from 43 deliveries, and in the end just punching one to Godleman, who took an easy catch about knee high at mid-off. So Melton gets his second wicket, and Derbyshire strike for the first time this morning. It's taken them 50 minutes to
they'd have to have polished them off by this time, wouldn't they? Really?
That first hour they'd have been hoping they'd get rid of them within that time. Here comes Joe Leach. So they know the work's not done yet, Derbyshire, because Worcestershire bat all the way down. Even Dylan Pennington's got a half century this season. He's more than capable at number 11. He's in next. And here comes Leach, who's I think he's rather better than number 10.
Yes, I do.
But a useful man to have coming in that low down. 364 for 8, so still high hopes here of a 400 plus first innings total for Worcestershire in what have been more challenging conditions. This ball is certainly doing more than it did yesterday in this early part. The cloud conditions helping the bowlers. Unsurprisingly, the slip cordon has been restored to 2. Across comes Deploy. So 2 slips, still the regulation mid-wicket, but there isn't man out at the deep now, obviously. as Melton pounds in towards us now, past the umpire, and bowls. It's a really good first ball, and Leach has done very well to get bat on it. Not only that, he's managed to pick up a single as well. That was fired in quick at leg stump, and he's slammed his bat down and got it down to Finn Hudson-Prentice at a wide-ish fine leg. Off the mark straight away. Barnard on 63.
He's a bit unlucky there, wasn't he, Melton? That was a good
ball,
delivery, yeah. Almost knocked him off his feet.
I don't always suspect that as the new batsman first up. And he comes again, wide outside the off stump. Good pace there again on what's been a fairly unresponsive pitch for the quickies. Through to the keeper, end of the over. 13 overs, 2 for 56 now for Dustin Melton. 365 for 8 with 2 overs left of the 110 to get the bonus points, but it's safe to say Worcestershire aren't going for the 400 now. It'll be an overall target of 400 plus, and then try and make the most of these conditions that look as threatening as Derbyshire have early on. Finn Hudson-Prentice to continue.
Just looking at the Derbyshire live bowling averages, Dustin Melton's averages dropped from 154 to 77 with that wicket for the season. He was the only wicket taker whose average was 3 figures, so he's back into double figures as Hudson-Prentice begins a new over, bowling to Leach, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump, allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. 16 wickets at 16 now. Finn Hudson-Prentice 16 wickets as well. His have cost 27. Matt Critchley, the leading wicket taker for Derbyshire this season, with 20 at 35. Of course, the man at the top of the batting averages isn't here, because that's Harvey Hussain, who's averaging 55 this season. Hudson-Prentice bowls as a play and a miss from Joe Leach as it goes through to Brooke Guest. Harvey Hussain missing because of the concussion protocols after being hit on the head against Durham last Saturday. Matt Critchley currently averaging 51, leading run scorer as well with 561 runs. Guest, Madsen, Godalman, and then Dustin Melton, whose average is 20, but he has had a couple of not outs. Hudson-Prentice in, and this one is driven straight back to him, straight back past him in fact, as he bent down. I thought he was going to stop it, but he didn't. It's eventually fielded by Godalman at straight mid-off. Here comes Mother. Dave Bradley coming to fill his kettle up. You can hear him in the effects microphone, of course you can. Why wouldn't you? Hudson-Prentice into Leach. He goes onto the back foot and punches it up to Billy Godalman this time. Godalman looks at the ball and immediately throws it to Alex Hughes to polish. Job ordinarily done by Lewis Rees, another player who's not with us this week, as he continues to have that focused rehabilitation on his knee, whatever that means, as this next one is I think he might have played inside the line of that one, but he's actually, the way he reacted to the ball going through to the wicketkeeper suggests that he might have played at it, because he sort of stood there with his legs crossed, leaning on his bat, looking down, thinking, this is terrific. This is really, really good, because he's going to be bowling fairly shortly, you would have thought.
His sort of day, I think.
Oh, no question.
Joe Leach.
I think more than Joseph, who I don't think there's any profit in banging the ball in short necessarily, so pitch it up. That one is pitched up and driven by Leach. Godalman comes around to his right to do the fielding. End of the over. Decent enough over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Worcestershire 365 for 8 now. Leach has 1, and Barnard still going. Started the day on 48. He's now on 63.
Yeah, and Ed Barnard will be looking to get ball in hand as well. These look like his conditions. Dylan Pennington and Alzari Joseph making up the fast bowling quartet.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
365 for 8. Melton to continue. In he comes and bowls, and Barnard has beaten outside the off stump. A little dab at that, very close to thinning that through to Brooke Guest.
There's going to be a lot of playing and missing today.
We've had a lot this morning, haven't we? Oh, he's quite a sight, isn't he? Herring in at you, Dustin Melton.
Yeah, he's a big man. Yeah, he's a
that
big man.
Digler's end. He's a big lad. Here he comes again. Arms pumping, chest out, past the umpire. Bowls, nicely driven by Barnard. Might get 4. He's placed that really well, he has. Terrific shot. Just a lean, really. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Ben McDermott, who was out there at cover point on the boundary, and he couldn't cut that off. It was a good 20-30 yards to his right. And once it pierces that inner field, Matt Critchley was at cover, and it's always going to be a problem trying to cut that off. Barnard up to 67, 369 for 8. Melton knows he can't bowl there with that short boundary. More runs here. A little outside edge, but controlled by Barnard down to third man. Madsen fields.
I do think that short boundary has made a difference. I don't think there's any question. It's very difficult to stop boundaries if the ball's 20 yards away from the fielder, isn't it? So it has made a difference. Whether it's made enough of a difference for Derbyshire to be able to get themselves back into this game remains to be seen.
I mean, these aren't the conditions to tee off, are they? But no batsman's really tried to exploit that short leg side boundary for the right-hander. This is in the air from Leach. He's got enough bat on it, though, to get it out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's a chase for Sam Connors. He pulls it up just inside, but they are back for 3.
Throw that was, by the way.
Yeah. That's the longest part of
about as far away as it could have been.
Yeah.
Straight into the hands of Brooke Guest. Yeah, a little bit of a mistimed shot, that wasn't it, from Leach. He sort of spooned it into the leg side, but as you say, the bongs. He going up. I think the Cathedral clock's slow.
Melton in. Forward comes. I'd want to run here. It hangs a little click up it. Fielded by Melton. Yeah, we've seen a number of balls maybe stop just a little bit in the pitch. But the batsman yesterday perhaps threw their stroke a little bit early. Might have been what contributed to certainly Brett D'Oliveira's dismissal yesterday, and Alzari Joseph's this morning. A couple of instances where catches popped up, not near a fielder though. Big drive from Barnard outside the off stump. A swing and a miss through to Brooke Guest. End of the over. 373 for 8. I just moved past 12 o'clock. First hour done and dusted here on day 2. 5 county championship action for you from a much cloudier New Road than yesterday. Still some healthy support in as well, which is great to see. Perhaps not quite as many as yesterday on first glance. Always difficult to tell exactly, but certainly a nicer day yesterday for watching cricket. .373 for 8. Hudson Prentice to carry on from the New Road end. There's a late change of plan here. It was going to start initially with 2 slips, but now only 1. That's Aitchison. Deploy's gone out to short cover. Worcestershire 373 for 8, so they've lost 1 wicket this morning, that of Alzari Joseph, who just popped a catch up to Godalming at mid-off off Dustin Melton. He'd played within himself though. Alzari Joseph, good support for Ed Barnard, who's moved on to 68 and looked in terrific touch. Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain, is new to the crease. He has 4. Worcestershire have picked up their 4th batting bonus point. They can't reach a 5th one by breaking 400, but it's all about getting as many runs as they can now and taking advantage of these overcast conditions. 373 for 8 Worcestershire. Listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester Updated every half an hour. And we're live via the BBC Sport website and app. And you can catch our commentary too as part of the live stream service on the Worcestershire Cricket Club website. So good to have you with us. However, you're tuning in to this game. Terrific day yesterday. It's set up for another intriguing one today, with the ball doing a bit this morning under very different skies. But for the home side, at least, it's, the position is a very good one. 374 for 8. Carries on like this, the weather, then this looks a very challenging score. They want to push it obviously beyond 400 if they can. Ed Barnard waits for Hudson Prentice. A run here down to 3rd man. Madsen scoots around to his right to field. Through they come for a single. Barnard up to 69. Might be getting carried away with thoughts of 3 figures at the moment, especially after what happened to Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira yesterday. Just want his captain and the next man, Dylan Pennington, to hang around as long as they can. Mike's ball is punched out to the short cover position where it's fielded by Elias Deploy. So Godalming reinforcing that offside field. Deploy still catching there. He's there for a lofted drive, or one that's slightly mistimed from a ball that maybe just holds up in the surface a bit. Still the 2 men out on the deep, on the leg side, protecting that short boundary at long leg and deep mid wicket. So Alex Hughes again has all that side of the outfield to himself at mid on, as Leach is beaten by a cracking delivery from Hudson Prentice that takes off from a length and rears up and moves away, it seems, a little bit from the right-hander through to the keeper. End of the over. 375 for 8. Leach has 5, Barnard 69. Joe Leach has got some running repairs. The helmet's off. He's got to retie his shoelace, I think. All is well now, though.
Got to get these last 2 wickets. Derbyshire pretty sharpish here.
Yeah, it's getting problematic for them at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, Worcestershire very much in control of this one as things stand at 375 for 8. Dustin Melton 2 for 64 continues from the Diglis end. Balls to Barnard, who just dabs it down towards 3rd man. Wayne Madsen will do the fielding, but they'll get through for a comfortable single. 376 for 8. Barnard up to 70 now from 101 deliveries. You can hear Lady Gaga. Must be my cue from next door. I'll try and turn it down in a moment. Here comes Melton in again, and that's driven but not timed. He banged it straight into the ground up to Billy Godalming. Leach unable to add to his 5 not out. Some Prentice as economical as ever. 1 for 71. Or 1 for 69, depending on which scoreboard you look at. In comes Melton, and he's bowled him. Inside edge. missed that completely. He's gone for an expansive looking drive there as Joe Leach, a rather low-key dismissal in keeping with the way Derbyshire are probably feeling. But Leach goes for 5, bowled off an inside edge by Dustin Melton, who picks up his 2nd wicket of the morning. He's now got 3 for 65 and Worcestershire are 376 for 9.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the 2nd wicket falling in reasonably quick succession after Alzari Joseph, and 400 looks a little way off, 24 runs away. But here comes Dylan Pennington, the last man. Can he help nurse this total beyond 400 with Ed Barnard, who's got 70? Yeah, a bit unlucky for Joe Leach. It was wide outside the off stump. Melton went wide of the crease to fire it in, but it was still wide of the off stump, and a big booming drive on the up, big thick inside edge, and clattered into the top of his leg stump.
Again, it's the folly of the expansive shot, though, isn't it? It just hasn't been a profitable shot. So more, if you can accumulate, hit the pad ball obviously if you can, but if you can accumulate, the Derbyshire openers will currently be thinking about batting before lunch now. Can Dustin Melton polish off the tail and finish with 4 for that would greatly improve his average for the season. 2 slips in place, deploy at 2nd, Aitchison at 1st. Dylan Pennington is ready. Melton bowls to him and he guides this out very pleasantly. He's going to get runs here. Anuj Dal is chasing it down. He's the one man who you would back to haul it in, and he does so, but can't prevent 2 runs from being scored. So Pennington off the mark. Worcestershire up to 378 for 9. That was a very pleasant looking shot from the number 11 batsman.
Averaging 30 this season, Dylan Pennington.
Derbyshire, when Stanlake played and Melton played in the same side, they had 2 number 11s, and it was they were only number 11s because you can only have 11. Melton's in again, and Pennington plays it back to him.
11 and 11A.
Yeah, went straight from 9 to 11. Ben Aitchison's a decent bat down at well, they'll probably bat at potentially 8. No, 9. He'll bat at 9, won't he? With Sam Connors at 10 and Melton at 11. Hopefully we won't see those with bat in hand any time today, as Melton is in again, and it's a full delivery that's driven out into the offside once again. They've run 1, they decide against the 2nd because Dahl is quick, and he gets there back to his feet and throws the ball in, keeps them down to a single. Good effort by Anuj Dahl. A wicket taking over from Dustin Melton. He conceded 4 runs as well. 3 for 68 from 15 overs now for Dustin Melton. Pennington 3, Barnard on 70. Pennington actually pinched the strike with that single off the final ball. 379 for 9 Worcestershire. Derbyshire, unfortunately, we're a little late in taking that 9th wicket, so don't get the 3rd batting bonus point. It came the over after the over that would have been eligible, if that makes any sense. I don't think there is a word for that, is there? The over after the over.
Here's Finland's apprentice in to Pennington. We're going to run here. Nice looking shot. Out through to cover point. McDermott does the fielding.
He looks like a proper batsman. I know he's just said what his average is, but as for a number 11, he looks like he can bat, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The shots are proper shots.
Yeah.
It's not just swishing away.
Well, 56 in the first game against Essex. He got a 30 in the first innings. Luck's playing against Essex.
Not many people do.
But he sat out a couple of games, and then he got 4 and 1 not out in the carnage at Trent Bridge. But he's been averaging 36 balls, just checking that, per innings this season. So what's that? 6 overs, isn't it? So he's averaging about 6 overs per innings. So he hangs around. Barnard will get a run here, out through mid to Melton, who trots in off the short deep mid-wicket. That's in the contradiction in terms. Boundary. They are through for an easy single. 381 for 9, so 19 away from 400. But Barnard will be feeling confident enough in his partner, can hang around long enough to have a good stab at getting up towards that mark. Hudson Prentice aborts this next delivery. Something not quite right. And he wanted to toss the ball to Alex Hughes as well at mid-on, but Hughes wasn't looking. So he's had to keep hold of it. Righto, okay, I'll have it then. Here he comes, throws himself a catch, wipes his hand on the side of his trousers, and off he comes, in and bowls, and won't get a run here, Pennington. Carefully watching it onto the face of his bat out to mid-wicket. Melton runs round to his left of field. .381 for 9. Derbyshire's openers will understandably be thinking towards what might be coming very soon before lunch. That's a lovely shot from Pennington. It's in the slot from Hudson Prentice, but still needed putting away, and that's exactly what he's done. Out through the covers, all along the carpet, and then skipping over into those rain covers just in front of the scoreboard on the cathedral side of the ground. That was a lovely stroke. 385 for 9. Pennington up to 8.
Meanwhile, in other news, Dustin Melton's just tried to frisbee his cap over the boundary's edge because he's going to be bowling soon, and he's just coming in slightly closer to the pitch. Failed to reach the rope first time.
Hudson Prentice past the umpire, bowls, and a model forward defensive stroke from Pennington out to Godalman at mid-off.
Just looking at Derbyshire scores this season, only twice have they made more than 300, and on both occasions it was against Worcestershire in the game up at Derby earlier on this season. 390 in the first innings and 312 for 5 declared in the second, although they could have declared slightly earlier. You know my views on that. So it's already looking a little worrying for them, I would suggest.
Well, if Worcestershire can get these 15 runs, it'll only be the third time this season they've got to 400. Pennington
only dream of 400.
Dream to mid-wicket, picked up by Melton, end of the over. I say only, I mean they've got loads of batting points this season, haven't they? So it's not a slight on their failure to hit that mark regularly, because they've done very well to pick up the points they have. But it's always a nice psychological barrier to get through. 400, you're in control of the game. And you'd be going some to lose it from that position. But yeah, 475 against Essex on the first game, and 436 all out here against Nottinghamshire.
Melton from the Diglis end. Worcestershire 385 for 9. That's driven by Barnard up to mid-on. It's fielded by Alex Hughes. And there's no run. Melton's average for the season now is 55. So he could really do with this final wicket. Pick up a 4-wicket haul. It's already his best bowling of the season. And once he got his first wicket, it was his best bowling of the season. Picked up a wicket prior to this innings. And a couple of attempts. He's in now, bowls. That was a full delivery down the leg side and races away to the boundary for 4 runs. There was some bat on it as well from Barnard. Just got some bat on it, but it was always spearing down the leg side. Brooke Guest stood no chance. Despite putting in the dive, Barnard moves up to 79 now. Is that right? No, he moves up to 75. Scoreboard beat me, 389 for 9.
Not a quick ball though, wasn't it, from Melton?
Quick.
He's got a couple of those fast Yorkers. That one obviously a little bit too far leg side.
He's just got the one slip as Melton now, Ben Aitchison. Melton in against, gets a thick inside edge on that one. Melton's not best pleased. They're going to come back for the second as well. A throw comes in from Hudson Prentice. The bails are whipped off, but the batsman Barnard had got home in plenty of time. Picks up 2 more, 77 to him, 391 for 9 now. Might get to 400 in this over the way things are going.
Yeah, 3 balls to go. Good running from Barnard, who'd set his sights on coming back for 2 almost immediately. Good work from Pennington too. He's a big man.
He always knew he was running to the safer end of the 2 ends, didn't he? As Melton's in again, and Barnard drives it straight back to him, and he thinks about throwing at the stumps, and Barnard retreats into the leg side just in case the ball is released. I don't think he had any intention of releasing it. It's one of those, it's a sort of automatic reaction that you field it and you follow through, and you think, I'll hurl this, but I won't really.
If Ed Barnard was a tortoise, his head would have just gone straight in then, wouldn't it?
When you touch a snail's eyes.
Yes.
Yeah. I haven't touched a snail's eyes for some time, I have to say, but you don't see them that often these days. This next one is driven out into the offside. McDermott is out there on the cover pound. He'll pick up a single. 392 for 9.
I'm not sure I'd know where to look for a snail's eyes.
Well, on top of its head.
Oh,
they poke up, and if you touch them, they shoot back into the head. Yeah, I mean, I've tried that.
No,
I'll see if I can find a snail at lunchtime.
Thank you.
I'll see what I can do.
If you could, that'd be lovely.
And then we can poke a snail's eyes.
So what do they do when they're not up, as it were?
Well, they're down. I don't know. It's getting a bit too technical now. Melton bowls. That's driven off quite a thickish edge out to backward point by Pennington. He picks up another single. That pigeon might tell you.
Yeah.
He's back. 390. 3 for 9 at the end of the over. Pennington on to 9. Barnard has 78.
I mean, do they work when they're not up? I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. Presumably they put them up when they need them. I don't know. I know nothing about snails.
No, well, I'm going to try and find out now.
Yeah.
My internet's just,
someone will know, won't
my
they?
internet's just broken.
End of the over, meanwhile. 393 for 9. 7 away from the 400 mark. 114 overs gone now of this Worcestershire first innings. Pennington has 9 from as many deliveries. Barnard 78 from 107. He's gone along at a good strike rate too. 1 wicket away here, Derbyshire, from finally wrapping up this innings. Hudson Prentice wants the man, Sam Connors, in. He was on the fence at cover. Now he's going to come up into the circle. Now Hudson Prentice is happy, on his way. Bowling to Pennington, forward. Pushing it out to Godleman at mid-off. And there's no run. Critchley is in short at cover for anything aerial. They're doing the double windmill as well, so whether we're going to see Matt Critchley bowl. It's not been his game with the ball so far.
Is your internet working?
It's I think it is, but it depends what page I've got open really. Hudson Prentice bowls. It's nicely played by Pennington. Won't get a run here as Melton tumbles to his left of field. It was outside the off stump, but Pennington managed to shovel it through that mid-wicket region, but not quite enough to pick up a single.
Memories of Kidderminster from Sally. So is this the kind of
that's
yogurt?
exactly it.
That
Yeah.
was the yogurt.
Yeah.
So they're all at her house now.
Are they?
Well, I assume so. I think it looks like she's stolen them all.
Crikey.
That's a lot of yogurt.
That's Apprentice in bowls, and that's again defended out this time to Critchley in that short cover position by Pennington, and there's no run unless that's an archive picture.
Well, I think I'm going to stick with she's stolen the she stole all the yogurt.
Pavilion at Kidderminster. I don't know.
I'll be with you on the snails front at some point. But at the moment,
just if you could, just a new intro. No rush.
Singularly struggling to get onto the internet. Yeah, it's like having one arm tied behind your back for me.
Hudson Prentice, past the umpire, balls. This is in the air, but it's going to bounce a couple of times before it gets to Alex Hughes at mid-on. His blood pressure would have popped up a little bit there for a split second. Dylan Pennington and dare say Ed Barnard at the non-strikers end as well, because they're desperate for these extra 7 runs. Well, I say desperate.
Yes, it's going to make a huge amount of difference in all honesty.
Keen, I think, is probably more appropriate. Pennington on 9. Couple of balls left of this over. Maiden so far. Another dot ball here, solidly out to it. Pennington up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. 1 to go. 393 for 9. Barnard resting on his bat at the non-striker's end. He's 22 away from 100. Just the 1 wicket left to fall. Can Pennington hang around long enough? And he's defending this again. Very convincingly back up to Hudson Prentice, the end of the over. A maiden. Pennington's played it out well. Little alarm with that lofted drive towards mid-on, but nowhere near a catch. 393 for 9 at the end of that over. 115 gone in this Worcestershire first innings. They came together this morning on
I don't know if I can
336
read
to
this
7
out about snail's eyes.
If it says buttocks, you're okay though, aren't you?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
clenched. Yeah, you can do that.
Critchley's going to bowl.
I'm not going to have much time to read it out. While he marks his run, it says, what do snail's eyes look like? It's come up as a question on Google. Observing a Roman snail crawling around, its eyes are easily seen now at the larger tentacles tips. So the tentacles sticking up, without a magnification, the Roman snail's eye can be recognised as a black spot in the tentacle's terminal knobs. And unfortunately, one of the questions that then is suggested that you might want to ask is, what happens when you cut off a snail's eye?
Oh dear.
Well, why would you do that?
I don't know.
That's horrible. I'm going to find out what happens though. They can actually seal the cut end, but it's not automatically fatal. Here's Matt Critchley. And Bud drags one down and gets away with it there as it's cut away by Barnard straight to the man at backward point. And it's Ben McDermott. That was a horrible first delivery from Matt Critchley. 1 for 78. He's kept up his record of picking up a wicket in every single innings he's bowled in, but he's going to concede a leg bye here as the ball was speared down leg side, and the signal comes from umpire Ben Debenham. And even with one eye they could still detect light levels, and well, of course they could. Why would you cut a snail's eye off? That's just horrible. Who would do such a thing? Out-fledged sport. In comes Critchley again, and this one keeps low. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Well, I say big appeal. It stopped almost as soon as it had started. Just simply keep a bit low. Perhaps the flipper from Critchley. I'd be lying if I said I could read him. And from this distance, I can barely see the ball. In again, and this one is driven up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Lears Deploy, I think, fielding at mid-on. Yeah, indeed. Not often he finds himself at mid-on, the South African next delivery. Oh, that must have turned, because it's an attempt to play a shot into the leg side by Pennington, and he completely misses it, hits his thigh pad and bounces out into the offside. A little bit of bounce as well for Critchley on that occasion. In his 21st over, final delivery of it, rattles through them, bowls, and back into his stumps goes Pennington, which is always a bit dangerous to a leg spinner, but he gets bat on ball, pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Alex Hughes. End of the over, Pennington 9, Barnard 78, 394 for 9 now.
1 for 78 from his 21 overs, Matt Critchley. Fletch will depart to update listeners to BBC Radio Derby. BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners will be joining us shortly as we approach 12:30. Nearly an hour and a half gone on this second morning. If you are just tuning in, it's a different day weather-wise, certainly, to the glorious, spectacular scene here on day one with the brilliant sunshine all day. Crowd having a great time back here for the first time in 20 months. This is a little flick on the walk from Ed Barnard. Doesn't make contact as he looks to try and lift it out towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. But there's a bit of room where Melton is at mid-wicket on the rope, and Alex Hughes is at orthodox mid-on, so there's quite a big gap between them, and with a short boundary it's a legitimate stroke he's trying to manufacture. Perhaps not quite the right ball, but you can see what's on his mind. 394 for 9, 78 Barnard has. Hudson Prentice bowls to him, won't get a run here. Big shout of no as he just touches it down to the left of Ben McDermott at point. Yeah, if you are just tuning in, Worcestershire started this morning on 336 for 7, and they've lost Alzari Joseph for 12, caught at mid-off by Billy Godleman off Melton, and the captain Joe Leach playing on, big thick inside edge to a cover drive off Melton for 5. Barnard won't get a run here again, turning it towards McDermott once more. Joseph hung around and gave Barnard support to get beyond the 350 to pick up the 4th batting bonus point. In for 43 balls and 51 minutes, Alzari Joseph, just a 1-4 as well. But did a good job for his team, and will look to impress with the ball when he gets a chance. Good conditions for him, as the rest of the Worcestershire attack at the moment. Single here to Barnard, pushed out into the covers. He goes up to 79, 395 for 9. One away from 100, potentially a second 100 of the season. You wait all your career for your first, and then you get 2 in the same campaign. Onto his toes, a lovely looking shot again from Pennington, out to deep cover where Leas Deploy is fielding. Very nice shot from Pennington. A definite batsman here, number 11. Barnard waits for Hudson Prentice. That's a lovely drive from Barnard. That should be 4. Square all the way along the ground. Hops over the boundary rope now. Ripple of applause from the appreciative members in here. Lovely stroke from Barnard. Just slightly wide and too full from Hudson Prentice, and Barnard opens the face and drives it square through point, and the 400 is up. 400 for 9. Barnard into the 80s now, 83. Pennington has 10. Barnard in this innings has moved past 400 runs. Terrific effort from him. 402 runs at 57 now for the all-rounder. Only Jake Libby scored more runs. So this is all...
that's quite a stat, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But wants to bat higher. That's what he's been saying for a number of years, Ed Barnard. I remember speaking to him, it was about 2 or 3 years ago now, probably a bit longer. But he mentioned at the time that he's got his eyes on batting number 5. That's where he'd like to be in the middle order. Obviously like to bat as high as he possibly can, but he's definitely got designs on the middle order rather than coming in at number 8. And he's laying a very convincing case at the moment. Something's not quite right. I think it's the batting gloves of Ed Barnard. Signalling to the dressing room. We have a slight delay here as he sorts himself out. Here come the new set.
Third time this season Derbyshire have conceded 400 runs in the first innings. Durham made 475 at Chester Street in a drawn game. Essex declared on 412 for 3 in a game that was effectively reduced to 3 days, and then thrashed Derbyshire by an innings.
Well, Worcestershire have just brought up the 400 for 9, so they're keeping their first innings going well here. Ed Barnard has played beautifully. He's got to 83, passing 400 championship runs for the season in the process. Dylan Pennington's looked terrific as well for number 11. He's got 10 from 20. Alzari Joseph for 12 and Joe Leach for 5. The two men out this morning. Derbyshire being frustrated in their efforts to polish off this home first innings. The conditions are much more friendly for bowling than they were yesterday, which will encourage the Worcestershire Seamers as well. In a terrific position at the moment, 400 for 9 in their first innings. Big thick inside edge for Dylan Pennington. That's got the legs to get to the fence. It has, through fine leg. He aimed a big heave at that, looking to put it somewhere near the top tier of the hotel, but got the inside edge of the bat, but enough to beat the chase of Wayne Madsen down to the boundary. 404 for 9. Critchley bowls, and this is turn to McDermott at point, and there's no run.
Interesting appeal.
Appeal that he's hit it? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think you're allowed to do that, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah, it's encouraged.
Yeah. 404 for 9. Critch is ready, throws himself a catch. In he comes from the Diglis end. And this one's a bit quicker, fired in at the pads of Pennington. Ooh and an R. Not quite sure what that was for. It rolls out to Godalman at short mid-wicket.
I think Barnard's been down to tell Pennington to just keep your eye on that scoreboard. 17 more for 3 figures.
Yeah, possibly. Well, he's the man to hang around. He can do it. He's in and he's pulling this one high. Lots of room over there. Has that gone all the way? I think it has. Yeah, up go the arms of the umpire. Terrific shot from Dylan Pennington. Short from Critchley again. Into position quickly. And a big heave over mid-wicket out towards the old school box. The shot of a frontline batsman there, Pennington.
Proper shot, wasn't it?
What's he doing at number 11? 20 off 25 now. But it really helps, doesn't it, when you bat all the way down?
Yeah.
410 for 9. Critchley not happy with the ball.
I'm not surprised. It's
No.
probably square. Give that a fair old whack. I think it's been put through that caliper thing that they measure the balls with, but it's been given back to him. Get on with it, lad.
118 overs old now, that ball.
I think it's been sanitised, because it was picked up by a member either of the crowd or the ground staff, and of course so plenty of sanitisation going on.
Critchley bowls. Forward comes Pennington, pushing it out to long off, and they don't think they quite realise how deep he is there, or maybe Barnard wasn't happy to give up the strike at the end of the over, but Pennington is loving this. Gets a single at the end, nicks the bowling. 21 he has from 26 deliveries. 411 for 9. 118 overs gone in this Worcestershire first innings, so nearly 40 overs old now, this second new ball. Lunch has arrived, Fletch.
Yes, I know. So you've got a banana.
Have I?
Well, very exciting.
Oh, I have. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't quite see my fruit. John Curtis bringing them all personally to us as Finn Hudson Prentice begins a new over from the New Road, and it's driven into the offside where it's fielded by Lears to Ploy. I'll see if I can reconnect to the press Wi-Fi, because using my phone, no, it's not doing it. Using my phone as a hub all day might not be financially viable.
So you're not getting Wi-Fi at all?
No, I'll restart the computer. No, I'll probably do the trick. Here's Hudson Prentice in again and bowls to Pennington, who pushes it up to Billy Godalman this time. And again, there's no run. Joseph and Leach, 2 men out today, but Derbyshire making heavy weather of I hesitate to call it a tail because they are all good batsmen, but would technically be known as the Worcestershire tail. They just singularly failed to mop it up. They've gone from 336 for 7 to 411 for 9 as Hudson Prentice balls to Pennington, pushes it out to Critchley in the offside. They certainly would have wanted to have been batting by now, Derbyshire.
But it also shows you as well, Fletch, doesn't it, that if you occupy the crease, you can score runs.
Yeah, there are runs out there. Yeah, I don't think there's too many demons in the pitch.
No.
One might have kept low, a couple of spat, but apart from that, it's been poor balls that have been dispatched. A little bit of luck, but you need a bit of that. Pennington waits and then plays and misses at that one. Quite expansive, and he bangs, you'll have heard in the effects microphone, bangs his bat on his pad. He's annoyed with himself. His mate at the other end, 17 away from a century.
I suppose the big difference is, though, for Derbyshire, when they come out, they'll know that, you know, there's no great terrors in this wicket. There is some help from the conditions overhead. But I suppose they do have the scoreboard pressure, don't they?
Well, they need to get to 260
funny things
to avoid being asked to follow on. It's never brilliant. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, and Pennington pushes it out into the offside. That's typical, isn't it? Restart a computer. Perfect.
There you go, you see.
All the Wi-Fi I could possibly require. And then some.
It's a Wi-Fi-a-thon.
It is very much
a
Wi-Fi-a-thon. Yeah. 4:11 for 9. Going to that period where Derbyshire might not want to bat before lunch now. Oh, as a play and a miss outside the off stump. Expansive looking drive, almost a golf shot from Dylan Pennington. He remains on 21. Barnard on 88. 411 for 9 with 20 minutes to go until lunch, and I think they'll be happy to dismiss Worcestershire now at 10 to 1. That would be the ideal. They certainly don't want to come out and have to face an over or two, although they'd certainly accept it. Got a very in-depth discussion just down below us about which way you can walk around the ground. You can't walk in this bit at all, so quite what that gentleman was doing.
I think he's come too far as it is.
Yeah, we're in a safe zone here, potentially.
Discussion between Captain Godleman and bowler Critchley. That's been resolved. Critchley starts a new over. I'll get a run here out towards deep backward square. Just a single though. Barnard haired off quickly for the first one, but no chance of coming back. Pennington down to face. 21 from 32 balls. Terrific effort from him. Barnard 84 to his name. 16 away. 412 for 9. Critchley bowls to Pennington. Big booming drive all the way along the ground though. It's a very good stop to his left by Connors though, because that ball was travelling.
He likes an expansive drive, doesn't he, Pennington? His downfall.
Critchley moves in, throws this one up a little bit more. It lands right in the block hole. Pennington was looking to deposit that somewhere down the River Severn, but no elevation on it at all. It squirted out all the way along the ground. Shows you how much power he put in that. It's gone out towards the boundary. Finn Hudson Prentice, he's fielding in the deep, didn't have to come in too much to field that. Just a single. Critchley bowls to Barnard, shorter this time.
That's how you play it.
Forward, nose over it, back up the pitch. 413 for 9. Barnard 84. Critchley bowls to him. Bit more air for this one. Spanking drive out to the covers. Very good fielding as well. To his right. Critchley again gives this plenty of air, and driven out square by Barnard. Oh, great work by Melton. That looked like it was going to beat him to 4 at the point region, but full length dive, got both hands to it as well. He rolled over the boundary rope, but the ball crucially stayed inside, and then an arrow throw over the top of the bails as well. It's good work from him in the deep. 415 for 9 at the end of that over. Barnard 86 with that couple to end it. 22 to Pennington.
Yeah, really good bit of work from Dustin Melton. The two games in this group are moving on apace. Durham dismissed for 99 by Essex, who are now 9 without loss in their second innings, leading by 92, so they can declare soon.
Almost got enough, haven't they?
Win the game inside 2 days. Alex Hughes is coming on incidentally here, and Warwickshire have just been dismissed for 341 at Edgbaston in their game with Nottinghamshire. Northants 181 for 8. They have a lead of 6 over Sussex down at Hove. Lancashire 146 for 1. Trail Yorkshire by just 13 runs now at Old Trafford. As Alex Hughes in from the New Road end, bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go through by Pennington. Surrey 347 for 7 rather against Gloucestershire at the Oval, and Leicestershire in a little spot of early trouble against Middlesex at Grace Road, a 14 for 2 after just 6 overs, trailing by 281. Pennington waits. In comes Hughes, ball pushed into the offside, no run. You can of course listen to all those games via the BBC Sport website and app, should you so desire. It's a bit cooler today, isn't it? I'm a bit chilly. You went for the gilet, which I think was a very wise move.
I wasn't sure whether this would be enough actually this morning.
I've got a coat in the car park of the Holiday of the Premier Inn. Not much use there though.
I haven't got a coat. All I can do is do the zip up.
Delivery refuses. Pushed up to Godalming at mid-off by Pennington. That doesn't offer much additional protection
really,
from the cold, does it? No.
No.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find the heating button.
Well, in the old days, Fletch, you could have given me a hug, but that's not allowed.
I don't think we're allowed to hug.
No, we're not.
Are we not?
No, I don't think so.
I think we're allowed to hug now.
Are we?
Yeah, I think so. Might choose not to. This one is in the air. Can Godalming reach it? No, he can't. It was always moving away from him, and they're going to come back for a second run here. Pennington will move to 24. Worcestershire to 417 for 9. And already these two have put on 41 runs for the 10th wicket. Which is too many from a Derbyshire perspective. Pennington's going for it, despite the fact that Barnard is now 14 shy of a century. I think he needs to have another word with him. In comes Hughes, bowls to Pennington, who drives along the floor, this time straight to Critchley. An extra cover.
Well, it's one thing Worcestershire have done really well is these partnerships. And really, okay, you take out Darryl Mitchell out first ball, but there have only been 2 partnerships under 20 so far. And one was 19 and the other one was 12.
They haven't gone bang bang.
No.
As cricketers like to do. 417 for 9. Hughes bowls. Pennington pushes into the offside. There probably would have been a single on offer there, but it was the final ball of the over, and Ed Barnard's had enough of watching Pennington tee off from one end. He rather fancies a little go himself. He's got 86, Pennington 24. 417 for 9 with about 14 minutes to go until lunch, so the chances of Derbyshire having to bat before lunch now, should they get this final wicket, are reducing. Finot Prentice has gone off now. He's the latest in a stream of players who've dashed from the field. Couldn't hold on for another 15 minutes, and he's been replaced by Anuj Dal out on the mid-wicket boundary.
Critchley from the Diglis end. On the sweep goes Ed Barnard, makes really good contact, and he's placed it brilliantly as well. That's 4. Super stuff from Ed Barnard. Round the corner, picking out the gap between Anuj Dal and Wayne Madsen absolutely perfectly. Dal at deep mid-wicket and Madsen at a wide-ish long leg, but timed it so well he couldn't cut it off between them. 90 he's up to now, Ed Barnard. Can he get a second 100 of the season? Critchley bowls to him. It's short. That should be out, and is. He's gone. McDermott with the catch. It was shorter from Critchley, and Barnard gave himself room towards the leg side and then couldn't keep it down. The cut, it was a bit of a top edge, and it flew to the right hand side at point of Ben McDermott. The Derbyshire players are giving Barnard a round of applause. That's nice to see, and a good catch by McDermott And the third Worcestershire batsman has failed to convert a great opportunity into a century. Ed Barnard perishes for 90s, the last man out. Worcestershire all out for 421. Dylan Pennington, what a hand he's played. And number 11 has finished 24 not out from 40 deliveries. So a wicket again for Matt Critchley. He finishes with 2 for 97. Worcestershire all out for 421.
A decent catch by Ben McDermott, just moving across to his right hand side, going full length to take the ball, but a bit of a shame for Ed Barnard, in all honesty. It would have been desperate. It looked like this was the over, or that was the over that he decided was going to have to go to get to 3 figures, and I think we're going to see 1 over from Worcestershire. No, come on John, you know the rules.
I'd say get 1 more over,
I think we'll get 1 over in here, because the last wicket fell at 12:47, and a really good effort by Worcestershire, a really good effort, starting the day on 336 for 7. They've made it all the way up to 421, so that's a number of runs that I can't work out, because there's a 1 at the end of one and a 6 at the end of the other, which makes it really complicated. How many runs have they added today? Let's get my calculator out, do you think?
64, so 84, 85.
85.
Is that right?
No, it doesn't sound right to me. It could be.
336 they started this morning, so it's
85, you're right.
Oh, Fletcher on fire.
Magnificent effort. So 85 runs this morning.
I haven't had that much time to look at it either.
No, that was really, really good. Really good work. And Ed Barnard, with his 90 from just 119 balls as well, so he 120 balls actually in the end. He actually got a move on. And how many 12 fours he struck in that 90. So Derbyshire have gone, interestingly, I think this is quite interesting, they've gone heavy roller, and of course 40 minutes of the hour that the heavy roller has effect will basically disappear with the lunch interval. 1 over before lunch, confirmed by the oracle that is Dave Bradley next door on the PA, but we knew that anyway. He's saying 1 over. If they come in and bowl the first over really quickly, there could be 2 overs before lunch. Could they start with a spinner?
Yeah.
I don't know it's necessarily 1 over before lunch. I'd be surprised if it was more.
That'd be a nice trick to try, though, wouldn't it?
And the problem being with the 1 over before lunch is that if there's a wicket off the first delivery, as there was in the Worcestershire innings, let's not forget, then that would be lunch.
I suppose, yeah.
So cricket is bizarre, isn't it? What a bizarre game. Can I do the bowling figures?
Yes, please.
Okay. They're not massively encouraging. Sam Connors, 20 overs 5 maidens, 2 for 73. Both of those wickets coming yesterday morning within the first half hour of the day's play, the match play. Dustin Melton, 16 overs 1 maiden, 3 for 76. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 27 overs 5 maidens, 1 for 83. Ben Aitchison, 23 overs 3 maidens, 1 for 52. Alex Hughes bowled 7 overs 2 maidens, 0 for 12. Matt Critchley, 23 overs and 2 balls, 1 maiden, 2 for 97. And Wayne Madsen bowled 5 overs for 17 runs. Alex Hughes, as ever, the most economical, just 1.7 runs per over from his 7 overs. But Ben Aitchison, a word about him, 2.26 runs per over in his 23 overs, which is a good effort. Dustin Melton a little expensive at 4.75. Matt Critchley going in excess of 4 as well. So a couple of expensive bowlers, a couple of really miserly bowlers from a Derbyshire perspective. And the tail of the tape as far as Worcestershire are concerned, Daryl Mitchell out first ball of the match. Jake Libby made 26, Tom Fell 12, Jack Haynes 97 with 9 fours and a 6. Ross Whiteley made 22, Brett D'Oliveira 71, Ben Cox 49, Ed Barnard 90, last man out this morning, 12 fours, 120 balls. Alsari Joseph made 12, and Joe Leach 5 with Dylan Pennington, the not-out batsman, on 24. Just 13 extras, 11 leg byes and a couple of wides, making up the extras total. The Worcestershire fielders are they look raring to go. Well, I said they look raring to go. I don't think Alzari Joseph looked particularly raring to go. He's got his hands in his pockets. He thinks this is a particularly cold day. I'd say it was the second best day of summer after yesterday. Let's hope we get some more sunshine, which has been promised. I noticed in the weather forecast this morning on BBC Breakfast. We're going to get the bank holiday heat wave.
Are we?
No, how about that?
Promise?
Yeah, it's going to be okay. There's a couple of umbrellas up around the ground. There are two just in front of that.
It is raining.
Is it raining?
It is raining.
So we may not actually get started. There was some rain in the forecast for around about 3 o'clock. So interestingly, if it starts raining now, that'll pretty much be lunch, I would have thought.
That's pretty heavy drizzle too.
Is it?
By the look of it, yeah.
Sort of a misty drizzle kind of thing. Yeah, I don't think. Well, they won't start in it, will they? They won't start in it.
No.
Signs that it may well be lunch. Dave Bradley's already tucking into his wrap next door,
lunch,
so that makes it lunch, doesn't it? That's almost official.
I was having a quick look. I don't know the answer to this off my head, and I'm sure it's way more than 421. I was just interested, the highest Worcestershire total without anyone getting 100.
Oh, put it out there.
It's certainly the highest this season, because their previous two scores of 400 plus, Jake Libby and Ed Bernard, and Jake Libby again, got hundreds. So I just had a quick look, but the records only start at 500, which is no good, is it really?
Not much good.
Not much good.
Not much good.
So I'm convinced I'll be amazed if that's the highest score without 100. It can't be. But
more umbrellas going up as well.
It's a good effort.
It is a terrific
No one
effort.
reaching 3 figures. Haynes 97, Barnard 90, and D'Oliveira 71.
Second highest total that Derbyshire have conceded this season, after the 475 that Durham scored up at Chesterler Street. Essex probably would have made about 1,000 because they declared on 412 for 3, and there were many remarkable things about that game, but when they declared on 412 for 3, it was because they'd gone off a bad light and they decided that they quite fancied a little dart at Derbyshire, and that worked terrifically well for them. I'm just looking it up now. Game 5 it was. They made 412 for 3 in 76 overs.
That was fun.
Absolute carnage it was. With centuries from Tom Wesley, who made 106 from 112 balls, and Dan Lawrence, who made 152 not out from 133 balls with 16 fours and 6 sixes. It was horrendous. The worst bowling performance I've seen, I think, from a Derbyshire side for a long, long time. Certainly far worse than this one. Billy Stanlake's only game, of course, for Derbyshire before he was forced to return. Umpires are coming out though, so that brief flurry of rain. In fact, they're just sending they're saying lunch. They're saying lunch. They're sending the Worcestershire batsmen scurrying up the pavilion at the hand across the throat sign from Ben Debenham suggests it's lunch, so there we go, it's lunch. Enjoy your lunch, Dan.
I will do, Fletch. Please join us for the resumption of the afternoon's play. Hopefully it'll be on time and this rain won't hang about, because again this game is set up very nicely. Worcestershire all out finally this morning, 421, and Derbyshire will come out in about 40 minutes time for their reply, and please do join us then. But for now, from Dave Fletcher and from me, Dan Wheeler from New Road, we'll speak to you in about 40 minutes time. Well, the covers are on here. The players are taking a slightly early lunch. The drizzle came down at 5-1, so it deprived Worcestershire of 1 over to bowl at Derbyshire in their first innings reply, after Worcestershire were bowled out for 421 this morning, adding 85 to their overnight 336 for 7. Ed Barnard, the third Worcestershire player, getting close to 100 but not converting it. He was last out for 90, had good support from Alzari Joseph, who made 12. Joe Leach out for 5, and Dylan Pennington, who was not out 20 at the end, he played some lovely shots for the number 11. So Derbyshire, after lunch, hopefully the rain will stop, will come out in reply to Worcestershire's 421 all out. Hi Sal. Yeah, they were going to start at 2, but they've come on and then, well, the players haven't come on, the umpires have come on and they've come off again, and the covers are still on, so I don't think they'll be... Yeah, but I can do a piece, yeah. Cool.
Unfortunately, as you can see, folks, it has started raining again, so play once again has been suspended due to the weather.
So we're not starting at 2 o'clock?
No.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of rain.
Yeah, I've just turned the mics off. Yeah, it's raining again now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very light, but they won't start while it's drizzling. Once they get out there, if it drizzles, they'll stay out there. But it's quirky cricket. I'll give you a shout. Anyway.
We're hoping to start at 2 o'clock, but sadly the weather has meant we can't. It started to rain about 10 to 1, forcing the players off for a slightly earlier lunch than usual, but the rain has returned after a brief respite, and no play possible at the moment. Worcestershire 421 all out in their first innings. Ed Barnard out for 90, the third Worcestershire batsman not to go on and complete 100 when well set. Joseph 12, Leach 5 and Pennington unbeaten on 20. 421 for 8, 421 all out Worcestershire, but Derbyshire yet to start their first innings reply. And I'm yet to get the approximate right words in the right order. Yeah, I've got all the right words, but not necessarily in the right order. That's correct. Yes. Thanks, Sal. Over and good night. Oh, okay. Righty-ho, will do. Try. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to New Road. We have play at last. Slight delay with the rain. Came down just before the regulation lunch interval, just before 1. I'm hoping to restart at 2, but we couldn't do that because more rain came. But 25 past 2, we are ready to go. And the first ball of the Derbyshire first innings is a ripper from the Worcestershire captain, Joe Leach. Brooke Guest is opening the batting and very nearly edging it through first ball. Got an update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners very shortly. Well, we have play here at 25 past 2, just gone, and that's the first play we've had since the rain first came down here at New Road at a little before 10 to 1. Worcestershire were bowled out this morning, 421 all out, adding 85 to their overnight total. Ed Barnard, the latest player to fall short of 100, he was out for 90. So Derbyshire, in reply, just faced a couple of balls from Joe Leach and beaten the outside edge of Brooke Guest, opening the batting for Derbyshire. So the conditions in the bowler's favour, and Worcestershire will be looking to take full advantage after scoring 421. Derbyshire, in reply, none without loss. Got a feeling, I could be wrong, Fletch, but I think most of my words were in the right order.
Yeah,
that
was a good one. That was a good one. Ask them to replay that one at 2 or 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it could still stand really with the weather, couldn't it?
Well, it could be.
Because the forecast is pretty rubbish. Leach to continue from the New Road end. It's been a testing first over. This one's a bit wider, and Guest has nothing to do with it. Through it goes to Ben Cox. 4 slips in place, you can understand that. Runs on the board for Worcestershire. The ball is doing something this morning. The old ball was moving for Derbyshire, so the new ball, you would think, would play some tricks too. So 4 slips, cover point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square was Leach turns. Bustling run up to the wicket and bowls. This is turned out to Brett D'Oliveira at point, and there's no run. So there was a bit of conjecture on exactly who would open the batting for Derbyshire.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether Brooke Guest would or whether they'd ask Ben McDermott to do it. Perhaps Liz Deploy move up the order, mainly because Guest had been keeping wicket when he opened the batting against Durham, but then kept wicket afterwards as a replacement for Harvey Hussain. But he's out there.
Leach moves into him now, and no shot offered. There's a stifled appeal. There's a no ball call anyway from umpire Bailey, so it's all academic. But the hands on the head of Joe Leach might indicate that had that been a legitimate delivery, then that may well have been a very close call, with the batsman offering no shot. I wonder if we could get that on the replay. It doesn't matter, of course, because it was a no ball, but it would be quite interesting to see. Not sure it would have hit. Close though. And there's another appeal, and Worcestershire are confident. Umpire not interested, and a testing first over from Joe Leach. A round of applause from the members watching today. On the money straight away, as he so often is, Joe Leach. 11 wickets this season, just one behind Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard in the charts for Worcestershire. Dylan Pennington is going to open up from the Diglis end. He's picked up 4 wickets so far, but just playing his 5th game of the campaign, but he will be encouraged too by these conditions, and close catch is in. The onus on the bowlers to pitch it up. Godalming, the left-hander, has watched that first over, asked some questions of Brooke Guest at the other end, so he knows he's got a battle on his hands here as Pennington sprints in from the far end, down the leg side, and Godalming tries to have a flick at it, doesn't make any contact, and Cox moves to his right quickly to take a ball that's rising. Quick delivery from Pennington. That was still on the way up when it thudded into the gloves of Cox.
What was that appeal for? It seemed to go off his bat into the ground, and then the ball was caught.
Yeah, whether it was... Yeah,
you think it had gone into his boot or something? Anyway.
Not sure what that... Yes, I assumed it was for an LBW, but...
Slightly confused.
Yeah, when it was caught and they carried on their appeal. Not sure. Anyway, given not out, Pennington steaming in again and down the leg side once more. Not quite got his radar locked on here, Dylan Pennington. To the left-handed Godalming. Played really well, Dylan Pennington, coming in as number 11 to help shepherd Ed Barnard to get a total over 400. 4 batting points accrued for Worcestershire. No one scoring 100, 421. And 2 umpires having a chat at mid-wicket. They're going off again. Has the rain got any heavier?
Can't see any rain.
It's very, very light. Really light. In fact, it's lighter than it was. This is disappointing. 8 balls we've had, and we're off.
I don't quite understand that. They sort of pointed away to what I assume is the west, away to our left-hand side.
It's very light.
And off they went. They're not taking a... Have they taken a meter reading? I haven't seen them take a meter reading yet. Stumps have been removed anyway by one of the Worcestershire players in disgust.
Here come the covers. Oh dear. Well, the forecast, folks, I'm afraid, is pretty poor this afternoon. So I don't want to say this might be the last action we see today, but doesn't look good. Might be the last action we see today.
I know you said you didn't want to say it, but I think you ought to.
I'm just preparing you. Off we go then. Joe Leach had the double teapot on a minute ago, but now just the one. He's having a word with umpire Bailey. He's not really interested.
This is where cricket kicks itself in the what's-its, isn't it, really? When there are 1 or 2 umbrellas up, but for goodness sake, let's crack on.
Wouldn't want to be batting in this though, I suppose, would you?
Oh no, Derbyshire was straight. I mean, the 2 batsmen couldn't get off quick enough, could they?
No.
And you can understand that, but the ball's going to be tricky. It'll get wet, water will get into the seam.
Shouldn't make it
becomes slightly better for batting, doesn't it? But
pros and cons, but it's quite a heavy drizzle now.
Is it?
Well, it was.
My eyes are terrible. I can't see it at all.
Yeah, it's definitely coming down.
Okay.
Maybe a touch heavier.
I'll take your word for that anyway.
Yeah. Well, you know me, Fletch.
No, honest as the day's long.
So it's disappointing, everybody. Sorry about that. We only had 8 balls. Derbyshire got to 2, and before we went off.
9, didn't we? Technically.
Oh, the no ball, yes.
So
very true.
I don't know whether we class that as 8. We've had 8 legitimate.
8 legit balls.
Yeah, legitimate deliveries. Yeah. Anyway, we can argue about that for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, we'll thrash it out in the meantime, and when there's play,
whichever one of us returns is the winner.
Yes. We'll be back to bring you any play. Let's cross our fingers and hope that the players do come out again. But the rain has started to come down now once more at New Road, which is very disappointing, particularly when you consider how great it was yesterday. Anyway, such is the British summer. But no action to bring you now, so please join us when it restarts. We'll let you know. But from New Road, bye for now. Hi Sal, yeah, I'm here. I can do a bit.
Freddie Marks has done it. Sorry, man.
I recommend it.
One on the next stage, that must be times, isn't it?
Well, still a frustrating scene here at New Road. The covers are still on and the drizzle is still coming down. We did have 8 balls when they did try and restart at 2:25 and those 8 deliveries did suggest it was going to be a good day for bowling as long as the rain stays away. Derbyshire got to 2 without loss in that short period of time before the drizzle returned and the players, rather frustratingly, Worcestershire anyway, Derbyshire obviously want to get off the field as quickly as they can, went back to the pavilion. Worcestershire 421 all out this morning with Ed Barnard making 90. Derbyshire then 2 without loss in reply, but the rain is here.
Really?
Oh, it's just the street. Oh, the one. No, I'm thinking I was going to get Mike really skinny. No, but I always like reading your stuff, and I thought all the, the Derbyshire and my son played for a few years under 15, under 16, under 17. I used to bring him over from the other side. Yeah, he played for Tigger.
Oh, from the Worcester campus, right? Oh, Monday, I think.
Well, we're going, my son's coming up from London, because he works there now, and we're going to meet him tomorrow.
Just borrowing to this, borrowing to the full place from,
Well,
Tony and I speak, you remember last night while I was in the pub final? So, yes, Alan, I've seen it.
What's this?
So on the second night, when Martin says to me, let's have a pint after the game, and I flooded the ground address, we sat next to him, and some of the players were going to play, and I went over to them, and I said, excuse me, when the big I mentioned the girls like, oh, really? And he went, look, what a real big bloke. He said, who's faithful? He said, who is faithful? It's not my Bible. I said, yeah, I know, I remember. He said, what did you do? I said, well, I worked for someone. That's what best mate's done. He said, so you know, I mean, you were smoking all the kids. His coaches were all big like Labour. So he was just one of them.
Once.
So I didn't want to go there because he was so close. Oh, brilliant. Really.
So, when we come back, are you doing a report?
No, did one at 3.
You did one.
Yeah.
So when we come back, I'll give you the cricket connection
Oh,
to this live
ice hockey.
Group A ice hockey match between Great Britain. Outshot 26 to 6. That's what it's swinging, that's what I'm happy. Yeah, he was definitely on the ice. 23. Same number that my lad scored again. What's the qualification for staying in it? But to stay in the top group, would GB play off against Italy? Oh, excellent. Oh, well, I'll cheer me up then. That's okay. Good. The way that... Who is it? Jack Butler doesn't sweep and I'm going to stay below them for a sweep. They're going to overtake them out today, but you wouldn't imagine they'd be in the bottom two. Not since last time we spoke, Steve. No, sadly, we've had 8 deliveries of the Derbyshire first innings. Well, we've had 9 in total, but one of them was a no ball, and that's why they're 2 without loss. Billy Goldman and Brookgash survived those 9 deliveries. It's very, very, very fine drizzle at the moment. Although we are told that the ground staff are confident that we might get some play by 5 o'clock. Which isn't great, but at least it's play. A lot of the crowd have decided that they've seen enough. The ones who aren't sitting under umbrellas are back in their cars on the way home now. So it's a real shame for them. It's a bit of a shame for us as well. But, you know, we can have a chat in the press box. And the time just flies. Time just flies. Good. Yeah, much better. And Derbyshire have got a bit of a job on their hands because, unfortunately, this morning Worcestershire, who started on 336 or 7, managed to get up to 421 before they were dismissed. I think 85 runs this morning. Ed Barnard, star of the show, 90 balls, 12 balls, batted really nicely. And the one who Dylan Pennington as well, it was 24 not out of the end. He's the number 11 batsman. Derbyshire, if their number 11 batsman got 24, I think they'd get an open top post. His highest score in first class cricket is 15, and I'm not sure he's entirely comfortable when he's batting, but Pennington certainly was, and that's why they got to 421.
Well, it's still not a very encouraging scene here, I'm afraid, at New Road. The covers remain on as they have done for the last little while. We did start at 2, but we only got 8 balls in before the rain returned, and the players have been off since. So what's that, over an hour that we've been waiting for play to resume. The good news is that the drizzle is still there, but it's almost imperceptible. You've really got to squint to try and see it. So fingers crossed it might stop and then we get some play again. As it stands, Worcestershire all out for 421 this morning, and then in the 8 balls that Derbyshire faced, they were at 2, got to 2 without loss. But we hope for a restart at some stage soon, and when we do, Derbyshire will be 2 without loss, replying to Worcestershire's 421. Hi, Sal. Yeah, I'm here.
Well, hopefully by the end of the year, we wouldn't come down.
Okay.
Flower Lane, hopefully. Yes, by the end of the year.
Very good.
They did hold a test event last week.
Oh, did they?
It was at 20 again.
Well, it's better news here, Tammy. The covers are still on, but the players are just finishing off their tea, and the umpires will come out and have a look in a couple of minutes' time. The drizzle has stopped, so you would think that they would be able to resume around about 10, 4:15 possibly. So as long as the weather stays good and the rain stays away, we should get some more cricket. And when we do, Derbyshire will resume in their first innings, 2 without loss. We only had 8 balls before the rain came down at lunchtime, replying to Worcestershire's 421. They added 85 this morning. Ed Barnard making 90. So hopefully we'll be having some more play in around about 10 minutes' time here at New Road.
Of course.
Well, we're still waiting for play to resume here, Tammy, which is slightly frustrating in these sorts of occasions where cricket leaves you scratching your head a little bit, because it hasn't been raining for a while now. They inspected, or going to inspect just after tea at 4:05, taking tea early at 4:45. It's as bright as it's been all day. The rain has stopped, but the covers are still on. The two umpires, Rob Bailey and Ben Debenham, are talking to the Worcestershire groundsman Tim Packwood, but there's still no play. The players are still inside the pavilion, and no idea when we're going to play. But these are the best conditions we've had since we started today, and certainly since the players first went off at 10 minutes to 1 when the drizzle first came. The cricket that we have seen today, Worcestershire took their overnight 336 for 7 up to 421 all out, so they registered a fourth batting bonus point in the process, and Ed Barnard's lovely innings came to an end, sadly for him, 10 short of a well-deserved 100. He was out for 90. The 8 balls that were allowed in the Derbyshire innings before the rains came, Derbyshire got to 2 without loss, but that feels like a long time ago now. We just live in hope here that we'll see some more play today. Derbyshire, when they do come out, 2 without loss, replying to Worcestershire's 421.
can't do it.
Well, welcome back to New Road. The good news is we have cricket. It's been a while. The players came on very briefly at 2:25 for 8 balls, and then the rain sent them scurrying back into the pavilion, and we haven't had any play until now. Finally we have some, though. There will be 29.4 overs left in this final session of the day. Derbyshire almost ready to go. 2 without loss in their first innings. Dylan Pennington will finish off his opening over. He bowled 2 balls before we had to go off. 4 slips go down as Pennington sprints towards us now and bowls to the Derbyshire captain Billy Godleman, who shoulders arms rather uncomfortably to that ball outside the off stump. So we have cricket here, and we have Fletch back in the commentary box. Good to see you again.
And you, where have you been?
I don't know. Have you had a good break? Where have you been?
I've been chatting to various people, sanitising my hands, that kind of thing. Don't be fooled by Billy Godleman's leaves.
Oh, yeah. They always look a bit jittery.
He's quite a jittery batsman. Can be.
Here's Pennington then. Past the umpire, sprinting in and bowls. Godleman drive down into the ground and fielded on his follow through, and a dummy shy at the stumps by Pennington. Lots of vocal support coming from the Worcestershire slips. Tom Fell at first, Darryl Mitchell at second, Jack Haynes at third, and Ed Barnard at fourth, Brett D'Oliveira at point, and then we have Ross Whiteley at square leg, Captain Joe Leach at mid wicket. As Pennington steams in and bowls, Godleman is forward. Libby comes round from his position at cover to field that one.
Anyway, it's been lovely working with you.
It's off. It's 5 o'clock. The bongs of the cathedral gave it away. Fletch is off to talk to the good people across Derbyshire on BBC Radio Derby. The listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester will be joining us in a few moments. Finally we can talk about some cricket that's happening. Alzari Joseph is the one outfielder left to mention down at deep backward square. Godleman will get runs here. Might not get to the boundary for 4 because of all the rain we've had. A sliding stop by Brett D'Oliveira pulls it in comfortably in the end, but they are back for a third. So 1 ball left in this oh no, that's it, the end of the over, beg your pardon. So the over is completed, so we have 29 left in the day, 5 without loss. Derbyshire replying to Worcestershire's 421, in case you missed it earlier, added 85 this morning. Ed Barnard, sadly for him, the third Worcestershire batsman getting to within sight of 100 after Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira yesterday. Barnard not quite able to convert. He was last man out for 90, caught at point by McDermott off the leg spin of Critchley for 90, but he played splendidly off 120 balls with 12 boundaries. His excellent form with the bat continuing, and will have a key role with the ball as well a little later, as Joe Leach will open up from the New Road end. Here he comes with 3 slips, and Ben Cox standing up to the stumps under the helmet. Round the wicket to the left-handed Godleman. Will pick up a single here, might get 2. Alzari Joseph is giving chase. He loses his white floppy sun hat in the process. He pulls it up 5 yards in from the boundary rope, and back they come for 3. So successive 3s for Billy Godleman. Takes him up to 6. 8 without loss. Brooke Guest retakes his guard from umpire Rob Bailey. A few supporters left, not many, has to be said. I'd be surprised if it was triple figures, but unsurprisingly quite a few have drifted away with the wretched weather we've had this afternoon, and no sign of any play until now. Leach in and bowls. Forward comes Guest, won't get a run here out to cover. Libby fields. But we have some cricket here for the next couple of hours potentially, if the rain holds off. And you have to say the clouds have got a bit higher, certainly brighter than it's been for a long time, so that's good news. And hopefully no more rain, but our resident meteorologist, I can say it, just about said that right. Leach bowls, that's a lovely shot by Guest out through the covers again. It's going to be held up by the heavy outfield. Libby gets to it, and they come back for 2. You are the weatherman today, Fletch. Have you seen? Is that it?
I'm not sure that it is, in all honesty. I think
say that. Just lie and say no.
No, say yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That would be the lie. I think, there's rain around, but hey-ho.
Leach comes in then, past the umpire and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and Guest wafts his bat over it horizontally and then pushes it down. There's a whiff of a Steve Smith leave about that one.
Yes.
To Ben Cox.
Yes, I mean, fair play to Brooke Guest. He came into the side as a number 7 batsman. He was promoted to number 3. And then injury to Lewis Rees means he's opened in the previous game and in this one. So he's done a pretty decent job, to be fair to him.
Yeah, and these are not easy. The ball is going to move about under a sweating pitch. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire says no. Well, we have play here at last, which is great news. There'll be 29 overs left in this session tonight. Derbyshire have moved on to 10 without loss, so Worcestershire will be hoping to exploit the bowler-friendly conditions to make inroads into the visitors' first innings. They total 421 this morning, Worcestershire, with Ed Barnard last out for 90, the third Worcestershire player to get in sight of 100 but not converting. Derbyshire 10 without loss in their first innings, replying to Worcestershire's 421. Covering up outside off stump is Guest to that last ball of the Leach over. 2 overs for 7 now. 10 without loss. Guest has 2. Godalming has 6. And there's that couple of runs for that Joe Leach no ball before the break in play. Yeah, it's a tough ask for Guest, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
And he's not a natural opener, and he's got to open after keeping for 100 plus overs.
Threat of rain around about 5:45. I think there's a threat of rain the entire time, really.
Yeah.
But the sun's trying to break through at the moment. It's certainly bright enough. As Dylan Pennington from the Diglis end gets most of the way to the crease, and Billy Godalming steps away. Oh, I've missed that. Billy Godalming stepping away. Couldn't really do it when there were no fans inside the ground, but now there are. He managed to step away there. I can't see why he would have done it, but
he left it late, didn't he?
He's got very sensitive eyes, Bill. Very sensitive eyes. He's batting outside his crease and presumably outside the off stump as well as Pennington bowls, and he plays at that one, and it goes through to Cox, the keeper. He was in the air when he tried to play that shot. He just has a little wander off towards square leg, and contemplates the fact that he survived and he's still out there, which is good news for him. Do enjoy a conversation between 2 snappers, which we're currently enjoying in the effects microphone outside. Pennington's in again, and this one is driven by Godalming. That'll be 4 runs. He's hit that with enough force to get it all the way to the rope, out to the extra cover boundary. Nice shot. Typical Billy Godalming extra cover drive. Really nice shot. And he moves into double figures. He's on 10, Derbyshire 14 without loss.
Just had a quick look at the replay on that last ball to Godalming and see exactly what it did. Seemed to keep a bit low, actually. I thought it beat him on the outside edge, but it looked like he might have gone over the top of it.
He was in the air, wasn't he, when he played the shot, which is always slightly alarming.
Yeah.
But he does play like that. That's very much Billy Godalming.
Good shot to follow up, though.
That is so Godalming, the extra cover drive. He plays that gloriously, but he's left-handed, and they generally do, don't they, left-handers? He waits now as Pennington's in again, and this one, well, he may have withdrawn the bat. He may not. It goes through, and there's a bit of extra bounce on that one. as it flew through to Ben Cox.
He's getting some zip, Dylan Pennington. He's arguably the quickest bowler we've seen so far. I know that Melton generated a bit of pace, didn't he?
Yeah.
But that was that zipped through.
Four slips in place for the left-handed Godwin. He gets wrapped on the pads. Again, it's a long way down the pitch, so the umpire would be not necessarily guessing, but it would be an educated decision that he'd have to make. But Godwin batting so far out of his crease this season, it hasn't been the greatest of times for any of the top four batsmen, in all honesty. He does have a half century to his name, Billy Godwin. That was against Worcestershire in the first innings. He got 41 against Durham last time out. He waits now, and he's edged that one to first slip, and he's gone. Low down, good catch by Tom Felt. Low down, straight to him effectively though. He played quite hard at that one, Billy Godwin, and he's perished. And Derbyshire lose their first wicket with a score on 14. 14 for 1, Godwin out for 10.
Yeah, good hands from Tom Fell. He stayed low there at first slip, and that made a satisfying thud into his hands, fleshy sound, and held on to it well. Worcestershire strike. It was a good catch. Saw it all the way in. Pushed across the left-handed Godalman, and a sort of line that would have obviously did tempt him to play the shot, but it was not wide enough to allow him to maybe leave it alone. It was a good angle from Pennington. It was just outside the off stump, and he's cock-a-hoop, hurdling some imaginary barriers as he makes his way down to his teammates to celebrate. And Worcestershire make the breakthrough. Got to make the most of these conditions and the fact that the pitch has been under cover for a while, and really put some pressure on these Derbyshire batsmen.
Oh, there's some pressure on this particular Derbyshire batsman, I can tell you. It's Leicester Ploy coming out at 3. He got a pair against Warwickshire, Ducks against Durham, Notts, and then Durham again. He's got 5 noughts this season. He's got 1 score, that was 98 against Worcestershire in the first innings up at Derby, but has been so badly out of sorts. Put a couple of catches down yesterday, and he's facing his first ball from Pennington, and he goes back into his crease and forces this one out into the offside, and that might well be the way that he gets out of this dreadful slump that he's in. End of the over, 14 for 1, Guest on 2, Deploy yet to get off the mark, but he might have to try and hit his way back into some sort of form. I don't know if that's a thing, but it strikes me that it probably should be a thing. And it's a big test for Lears to ploy the South African, who had a terrific season last season, scored plenty of runs. This season, not so much.
Yeah, it was. He might be being reminded as well at some stage about his 2 drop catches in the Worcestershire first innings. And Leach, to continue from the New Road end, is right on the money again to Guest, who pushes it out to mid-off. And there's no run. He's had a stop-start season a bit, Dylan Pennington. He's been rotated in and out of the side. Played the first 2 games, then took a break for the home game against Nottinghamshire, then came back for a game and then missed 2, and then played up at Trent Bridge, where he recorded his best figures so far, 2 for 66 in the first innings there. But these are the sorts of conditions where he will fancy his chances of bettering those, and he started well with that first innings. Just 22 years of age at Pennington. He's an impressive character, very well liked in the Worcestershire setup, great trier. We saw how hard he works on his batting.
Everyone loves a trier.
Pennington. That's Leach, and oh dear, that was almost played. Could have gone anywhere from Guest. A big thick inside edge and missed the leg stump, and wrong-footed Ben Cox, and down it goes for 4 to the very fine leg position. Pennington is down there, but he's quite wide. No chance of cutting that off. A streaky 4 for Guest, but Derbyshire will take all the runs they can at the moment. 18 for 1.
Well, by my calculations, 271 is their immediate target to avoid the bin has to follow on. So a long way off at 18 for 1, isn't it?
At the moment, yeah. Leach past the umpire bowls, and it keeps a bit low, it seems, outside the off stump. Guest again doesn't play a stroke. Ross Whiteley is under the helmet at short leg, waiting for that prod that might balloon up via the inside edge onto pad or thigh pad. Still the 4 slips. Worcestershire on the attack here. Leach turns and off he goes. Up to the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and there's an attempted waft at the ball by Guest, doesn't make contact.
Well, Lewis deployed just to show how tough it's been for him so far this season. He's got 207 runs in 12 innings, and that includes that high score of 98, and he's currently averaging 18.8, which is somewhere away from his career average, which is in the 40s.
Could do with a score then.
Yeah.
Leach pounds in and bowls, and forward comes Guest. It's good running. They dropped it into the onside, but they scooted through. There is a turn and a throw at the stumps, but it's well wide in the end from Libby. They were home anyway, I think. 19 without loss. End of the over.
He threw it to the right end though, because I'm not entirely sure whether Lewis deploy was on the front foot there. It's almost as though Brooke Guest said, right, well, I'll take another over here while you get your head around batting. Good play from Brooke Guest, who's on 7. Dylan Pennington to continue to the right-hander. Makes a bit of a change to see a right-hander at the top of the Derbyshire order. We haven't seen one of those for some time, with Lewis Rees and Billy Godleman opening the batting, and then they had Deploy coming in at 3. The Guest waits with 4 slips in place, and he drives, but straight to Libby, who's fielding at mid-off. Couldn't have picked him out any better had he tried. A little unfortunate that Derbyshire should be batting after the rain that we've had, such as it's been, because it has slowed the outfield down a touch, which means they're not getting full value necessarily, especially on the short side for the shots thus far. Billy Godleman been and gone. 19 for 1. As Guest waits, and that's down the leg side. We saw a few of those, well, we have seen a few of those from Pennington. When he gets it right, can be a real handful, but especially to the right-hander, he's just straight down the leg side a couple of times, which obviously means that he's not quite got his radar sorted out yet. 1 for 7 in his 3rd over. Got the breakthrough, and looking for more from the Diglis end, in and bowls, and that one is guided down to 3rd man. That'll be 4. Just about has the legs to get there. It is 4, and we've seen a few of those shots over the course of this game so far. The little guide down into the ground and down towards the vacant 3rd man area. In fact, Derbyshire had a 3rd man for much of yesterday, which is relatively unusual in this day and age to have a 3rd man in place. That seems to be the
went out of fashion a while ago.
Yeah, the one area that they sort of sacrificed for a fielder elsewhere, and Worcestershire don't have the 3rd man, so Guest moves on to 11, 23 for 1. Handful of spectators have remained as Pennington bowls. That's driven, but without any timing, up to Joe Leach, who's fielding at mid-on. He's a very good driver of the ball. Brooke Guest likes the straight drive, which is always a good sign as a batsman. If your straight drive's working well, sort of drags the rest of your game along with it. 8 now. As Pennington boastfully leaves this one alone in that ridiculous way that he does by whipping the bat into the leg side extravagantly. The band's just warming up. I'm not sure who's on this evening, but I'm sure there'll be somebody. I bet there's a band or two on in the city centre. We'll have to seek them out later on, if we ever get away from here, of course. Still 25 overs and 1 ball to go. Final delivery of the Pennington over is left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper. 23 for 1 after 6 overs, so nothing wrong with the run rate. They'll be disappointed to have lost Billy Godwin, obviously. For 10, Guest has 11. Deploy, who will be on strike, is yet to get off the mark, having faced just the 1 delivery. That's quite a lengthy last wicket as well, isn't it? Godwin caught Fell, bowled Pennington. Anybody other than Fell taking that catch, unless it had gone through the Cox, they'd have been in trouble. But they've got away with it on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that is pleasing, isn't it? That is pleasing.
It's great that they've got everybody's name in full.
Yeah.
You couldn't have Pennington and Finn Hudson-Prentice on the same team, certainly.
No. As Leach round the wicket to the left-handed deploy, will jab his bat down on a full-length delivery and get the ball squirting back up the pitch to Leach. Yes, he's Finn Hudson-Petice.
Petice, yeah, P''Tice.
Oh, that's good.
I think it works off the main computer, doesn't it, that they put the scores into the scoreboard these days?
Oh, don't ask me.
I think so.
Leach slightly wide of the crease this time, angling in at the left-handed deploy, steers it out to D'Oliveira at cover, and there's no run.
Because considerably less pleasing than last wicket, 14 Godwin caught Fell, bowled Pennington for 10, is when Durham are in town. Less pleasing for so many reasons, and mainly for the fact that they call themselves Durham Cricket now, and that appears on the scoreboard. Well, they're obviously cricket. They wouldn't be playing otherwise.
Leach bowls, deploy forward, heading behind that eventually, squirts it out to mid-off, and there's no run.
Do we really? I mean, Derbyshire, and on their badge it says Cricket Derbyshire, but
we can join the dots, can't we?
Pretty much. We know what game we're watching. They are on the. This is all linked to the same computer, so the NV Play Cricket has got Durham Cricket. Mad.
Leach bowls, deploy has a look at that one, but gets the bat out of the road at the last minute. Through it goes to Cox. Plenty of chat from the Worcestershire slip cordon and the close infielders. They can sense this is an opportunity here under leaden skies. The sun's disappeared a bit. It did pop out for a little bit just before we started, but yeah, now looking not dark, but the light certainly faded a little. 23 for 1. Guest 11 deploy yet to get off the mark from his 5 deliveries. Cox is now standing up to the stumps as Leach comes round up onto his toes, goes deploy, and he pings one straight out. Brett D'Oliveira at cover, who fields 3 slips, point, cover, mid off. Jake Libby is the chief shiner of the ball at the moment on his left forearm, which is a novel place to do it. Alzari Joseph is mid on. Ross Whiteley in the pads under his whites at square leg, and Pennington down there at wideish fine leg as that's driven, brilliantly stopped by D'Oliveira. A trademark piece of work from him, diving full length to his right to stop a drive from deploy that was certainly going to go for 4 if D'Oliveira hadn't got a big hand on that. So good work from him, backing up his captain. End of the over. Leach 4 overs, 1 made, none for 12. Derbyshire 23 without loss, and deploy stays on 0.
Yeah, big piece of fielding just for that fact. He faced 22 deliveries in the first innings of the season at Edgbaston against Warwickshire before getting out for naught. but he looks better already today than he has done to me with my naked eye. Pennington falls to Guest, who clips that one quite aerial over the head of Ross Whiteley for 4 runs out to the square leg boundary. And for a moment it didn't look like Ross Whiteley had picked that one up at all. He sort of put his hands up in that way that fielders do to suggest I've no idea where that is. And it was clipped up into the air and over the man at square leg, just in front of square actually, so it wouldn't have been far away from Rob Bailey, the umpire, either. He moves on to 15.27 for 1.
Yeah, got it up quickly though, didn't he, I guess. Half a dozen Ross Whiteley standing on their shoulders probably would have caught that, but nicely done by Guest, nicely timed.
I'd like to see that.
I would.
Yeah, I'd pay money for that.
Yeah.
He walks in now as Pennington is in to bowl again, and Guest plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. And then does the international batsman signal for that one, just bounced a little bit with his hand. There are some batsmen, Harvey Hussain's one, perhaps it's a wicketkeeper thing, but you can generally tell what the ball's just done when Harvey Hussain's batting, because he's always signalling, and I know it's a signal to back in the changing room and to the batsman at the other end, but it does make them chuckle. Wicketkeepers generally can't keep still for too long. Here's Pennington in again, and that one's driven very nicely indeed by Brooke Guest, and he's going to get 4 runs out to the long off boundary. There was a despairing dive from Jake Livy to his right, but the ball was past him in a flash. Really nice shot, and there's one of those straight drives that Brooke Guest can get out, and he moves to 19 and Derbyshire to 31 for 1.
Well, it's a bit of collateral damage, I suppose, for Worcestershire, but this is what they've got to do. Pennington was a bit guilty in his last over of maybe not making Guest play enough. So he's got to throw it up there, he's got to tempt him into the drive to get on that front foot. He's got 4 slips or 3 slips now to try and get in the game, so he's got to keep putting it there, and will get hit every now and again.
Guest waits and turns this into the leg side, and they go through for a very comfortable single, in the same way that Derbyshire pretty much gave the leg side to the Worcestershire batsman. Not quite, because they've got a square leg in place, but single is taken. And Guest moves on to 20, 32 for 1. He's got a high score in first class cricket of 65. Brooke Guest improved it twice in the game against Essex, was the one batsman to come out of that game with real credit. As Derbyshire were beaten by an innings. They had 49 in the first innings and was given out despite the bat being nowhere near the ball. Pennington in to deploy, leaves that one on length. It seems to go over the stumps from here, which is a little bit risky given the other one will keep low, but he's quite happy to leave. He's got a lot of blue mark. I want to know what kind of ball he's been practicing with Pears deploy, because he's got a lot of blue marks or dark green marks on the face of his cricket bat, which is slightly unusual.
Looks like it needs a service, doesn't it? New face, bit of a light sand, some new stickers.
Might be a favourite though. Might be a favourite bat. He's crouching now as he waits and drives this up to mid-off, where Jake Livy will do the fielding. It's the end of a relatively productive over for Derbyshire. 9 runs from it, with the 2 boundaries from Brooke Guest and a single. He's on 20, deploying to get off the mark. Derbyshire 32 for 1. It's only 23 hours left in the day. It's flashed by, isn't it, today? Absolutely flashed by.
Oh, it's nearly 5:30. You bought your dinner?
Somebody's starting to rumble, actually. I think we've got the thick end of an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Assuming that the light holds, which it should do at this time of year. Blimey, if the light doesn't hold at this time of year, it never will hold. Ross Whiteley's just removing the fielding pads.
So he's going to stay out towards square leg.
Move around.
There we go. Bleach to continue. 32 for 1. And he comes, bowls. That cuts back into the right-handed Guest a little, and just wraps him on about the pocket level of his white, comfortably missing the top of the stumps. A bit of jump there for Joe Leach. 11 wickets so far this season. Only Ed Barnard and Brett D'Oliveira have taken more. They've got 12 apiece. 6 Worcestershire bowlers are in double figures though this season, but they're yet to take 20 wickets in a game. Leach in, and Guest right behind this one on off stump. Out it trickles to the padless Ross Whiteley now, and there's no run. Goes to Libby. You see many players rub the ball on their forearm?
No, I don't think I have actually. Because a lot of them wear sleeveless,
I guess,
or short sleeve shirts, don't they?
That wouldn't be any good, would it?
Wouldn't do it an awful lot of good, no.
Leach past the umpire and bowls wide of the off stump. Guest is wafting over the top of it in that deliberate leaving manner of his. Through it goes to Cox.
Slightly perturbed by my satellite clock.
Why? That looks right to me.
Oh no, it's right,
yeah.
But it's telling me that I'm in a city called DBX. Where would that be? Which is 4 hours ahead of us.
Don't know. No, Dubai Airport?
Well, it could be.
Leach bowls wider of the off stump this time. Guest not interested.
Very much has a mind of its own, the clock. Which again is a concern. When clocks start to have minds,
you can't trust clocks. That's the beginning of the end, isn't it? Fletcher's off to speak to listeners to BBC Radio Derby. 32 for 1 is the score. BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners will be with us very shortly, just after the news at 5:30. Got a bit brighter again here as Leach bowls. In the air, caught! Great catch! Ross Whiteley diving full length to his right, got both hands to it, and he held on splendidly, and Guest has gone. Timed it well, but it was uppish, and Ross Whiteley, we've seen some good catches in this match, and Whiteley's grabbed another really good effort. 32 for 2, and Leach is on the board with his first wicket. And Derbyshire, not a great start. 2 new batsmen on 0 will be at the crease very shortly. It's Wayne Madsen, here he comes. Really good work from Ross Whiteley. I mean, he's a big lad, but he moved quickly to his right hand side. Really good stretch, and crucially got both hands to it. And held on to a really good catch. And Leach moves into a 3-way tie. One of the leading wicket takers for Worcestershire now, with Ed Barnard and Brett D'Oliveira on a dozen. 32 for 2. Worcestershire can sense a sniff here that the door is perhaps creaking ajar to really get into this Derbyshire innings now and take full control of this match. Guest will obviously be cross that he couldn't keep that down. Here we go then, Leach into Madsden, and he'll get a single here, will he? No. Too close to Ed Barnard at point. An end of another probing over from the Worcestershire captain. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12 now. Well, Worcestershire have just made their second breakthrough. A terrific catch at square leg by Ross Whiteley, diving full length to his right. He got 2 hands to it and held on. Brooke Guest, who was looking quite promising from Derbyshire's point of view, got to 20 before he clipped Joe Leach into the hands of Whiteley. He's gone. 32 for 2. Billy Godleman caught at first slip by Tom Fell off Dylan Pennington for 10, the first Derbyshire batsman to perish. So now we have 2 Derbyshire men on 0, and Worcestershire sensing an opportunity to take this game by the scruff of their neck. They made 421 in their first innings. Ed Barnard last out for 90, but we lost a good hour and a half or so due to rain this afternoon. There are 22 overs left in the day. Derbyshire 32 for 2. Lewis deploys, just beaten on the back foot, just outside the off stump by another ball from Pennington that's shot across a left-hander through to Ben Cox. 3 slips, a gully, cover, mid-off, a wide-ish mid-on, which is the skipper Leach. Whiteley's at square leg and Alzari Joseph is at long leg. Pennington turns and sprints towards us from the Diglis end. Bowls, and that's full of length, driven by Deploy, but off the toe end of the bat. You might have been able to hear that rather woody sound as it trickled out to Brett D'Oliveira, and there's no run. Elsewhere in the championship today, in this same group, Group 1, the leaders Nottinghamshire. Get to that in a second as Pennington fires one wide and full, no shot offered by Deploy, through to Cox. Nottinghamshire 91 for 2, replying to Warwickshire's 341 all out, so they're still 250 runs behind. Essex against Durham. Durham shot out for 99 in reply to Essex's 182. So Essex firmly in the box seat there, leading by 296 with still 4 wickets to try and add to that lead. So that completes the Group 1 picture. Pennington in, wide outside the off stump, no shot offered. With both these teams, Worcestershire and Derbyshire, the bottom 2 without a win between them this season, but Worcestershire still with outside hopes of a top 2 finish, but failing that, then obviously they could be gunning for 3rd or 4th when the group stage is reorganised later in the season. Leicestershire against Middlesex. Middlesex 15 for 1 in their second innings. They lead by 174 as Pennington bowls. It's outside edgy, but it's all the way along the ground. It pierces the slip cord and it won't go for 4. Barnard gives chase, a slide and a pick up and throw, and the batsmen make do with just a couple in the end. 34 for 2. So Leicestershire 136 all out in reply to Middlesex's 295. As I said, Middlesex 15 for 1 second time round, so they lead by 174. Gloucestershire 45 for 1, replying to Surrey's 473. Hashi Mamla with 100 there for Surrey, but it's raining there. Pennington bowls wide outside the off stump. Deploy says, I'm not going to play a shot at that, thank you. Shoulders, arms, through it goes. End of the over. 5 overs, 1 for 22 now for Pennington. 34 for 2, Deploy 2, Madsden yet to get off the mark. The Roses match at Old Trafford. Carnage yesterday for Yorkshire, but they did well to recover to 159 all out. Lancashire bossing that, 331 for 5, so they lead by 172, still half the team to come in. And finally at Hove, Sussex 175 all out and 104 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Northants by 23.
Leach begins his 6th over, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who defends it straight back to him. So you've got top 2 hopes now. Is that what I heard?
Well,
did I hear you say that? You got getting a bit overexcited there, Dan, if you don't mind me saying.
Well, you've got to dream, haven't you, Fletcher?
Well, you have.
You've got to dream.
Yeah, you have.
Yes. Oh, it's slim, isn't it?
But 3rd or 4th would be good.
Yeah, I mean,
good for both of these teams, given the size of the clubs that are above them in the table. I think if they could finish 3rd or 4th, either of these two, would be a good effort. Leach bowls to Madsen, who goes back into his crease and cuts that one. The man at backward point at Barnard, and there's no run.
I mean, if they did finish top 2, that would be a fantastic effort, obviously. But
the beauty of this format is that at the start of the season, everybody had the opportunity to win the county championship, and there were certain clubs who clearly weren't going to win it. We may well be watching one of them here. Wayne Madsen might be batting for them as... he swapped on the pads. That looks close. Blimey. He went back into his crease and it thudded into his pads. A big appeal, and Rob Bailey shakes his head. That looked close, didn't it?
Check it out on the replay.
Would you? Thank you.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't got it yet, but my initial instinct was...
You wouldn't have been surprised, would you?
No.
No.
I mean,
Well, I wouldn't. I don't want to put...
it's either height or sliding down, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, yeah, close.
Not what you want when you're on naught is to get wrapped on the pads right in front of his stumps, but Wayne Madsen's surviving. He's got to make the most of this potential let-off. Close.
Very close, Fletch.
His leech again balls. That's a nice drive. Pleasant out to D'Oliveira, but straight to D'Oliveira. He actually juggles with the ball a little bit.
I mean, so close. I'm struggling to see why that's not given out.
I mean, we're not right behind the bowler's arm here by any manner of means, but you sort of get a feel, don't you? And yesterday when Darryl Mitchell was hit on the pads, you thought, well, that's out, and it was out, and that looked close.
That looked closer.
Yeah, yes, well, potentially, yeah, absolutely. That really did look close.
Not given though. That's the main thing.
Next delivery, he has a wild slash at that outside the off stump, gets a bottom edge, and it goes down to a short, fine leg for a single. So Madsen is off the mark. Slightly unconvincingly, but he's off the mark nonetheless. 35 for 2. Nervy. This is very nervy. With Ben McDermott waiting, I assume he'll come in at 5. And Matt Critchley at 6. Likes to play his shots. Toss up then between Finn Hudson-Prentice and Alex Hughes. Ben Aitchison, Sam Connors and Dustin Melton as Leach bowls to Lewis Deploy, who guides this to the man at backward point. It looks like Ed Barnard, and he's stripping off, so he's going to sit. Well, he's not stripping off, he's taking his sweater off. So that's the end of Dylan Pennington for the time being. 1 for 22 from his 5 overs. He's bowled nicely. 1 or 2 down the leg side, which was slightly a waste of effort, but he did pick up the first wicket to fall. Billy Godwin, they're going at it, I think. Well, they're not going at it, they're just singing, but it won't be long before
it's a coo-a-thon.
It is a coo-a-thon indeed. They're very loud. So I think I've worked out where your FX microphone is anyway.
It's under that pigeon's chin, that's where it is.
It's not far away, certainly. So Ed Barnard, who batted beautifully this morning and probably deserved a century, if you deserve centuries.
35 for 2 then. Here he comes, in and bowls, and forward comes Madsen, and there's no run. Trickles out just past Barnard. Picked up by Pennington. Off go the pigeons.
Excellent.
That'll do. Give us a break.
Yes, I'll be away from me for about 5 minutes at 6 o'clock, I'm afraid, Dan. Just
will you?
Yeah, just
don't leave me.
Got to do a bit for sports scene at 6.
Okay. I'll let you.
Thank you.
Barnard. In he comes from the digless end, and that's nicely steered actually by Madsen. That'll be 4. Taking advantage of the absence of a third man. Just guiding it to beyond Jack Haynes, who's the widest of the 3 slips, obviously. But understandable, there's no one down there. Worcestershire have runs on the board. They want to try and attack as much as they can, get the close catches in, make the most of these conditions. So they know there's going to be some easy 4s out there, some cheap 4s for the Derbyshire batsman. As Barnard turns, here he comes. Past the umpire and bowls. Short of a length, up onto his toes goes Madsen. He'll get runs here. Just a single though. As Libby tumbles to his left. Does well to keep his cap on at the same time, Jake Libby.
That's a good effort, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Must have some tight elastic.
Well, funnily enough, I saw Finn Hudson-Prentice do the same thing, and I was surprised that his cap didn't fall off when he did several rolls to his left at mid-wicket earlier on today. But I don't know, maybe he's got that extra traction with the headband.
Or he's tied his hair into it. He's weaved his cap into his hair. That'd be impressive.
I do hope he's done that.
I do.
40 for 2. Barnard past the umpire. Bowls to the left-handed deploy. He's carefully forward, pushing it out to Pennington at mid-off.
I've not spoken at all to Lears Deploy this year. I'd love to have a chat with him, just to see what his mindset is, because he must be in a certain amount, not turmoil, that's too strong a word, but he's struggled this season for runs. I'd love to know how he's feeling about his game.
Barnard bowls to him onto the back foot and cracked away for 4.
Pretty good.
That's not bad. He's feeling pretty good about that shot. I'll say 4. I don't think it's going to get there. It's not. Libby gives chase and he pulls it up as the ball just says, I haven't got enough on me to get there.
And they get 2.
Yeah, I mean, that looked 4 all the way. Timed it beautifully, straight out the middle of the bat, and then it just got within sort of 10 yards of the boundary rope and then kind of gave it up. So obviously still a bit wet out there.
Well, without bad luck, he'd have no luck at all, would he?
No.
Desperate to get a boundary, desperate to score some runs, and the ball just stops.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to rob him of 2 there. He'll pick up a single here as he nudges one off his hip down to Joseph at deep backward square. Won't be too long before we see Alzari Joseph into the attack, I wouldn't think. Might even be next over. We'll wait and see.
No sweater for Alzari Joseph, that's good to see. He's got the long sleeve shirt on, but no sweater. Quite often you see the West Indians feeling the cold, and he looked like he was around lunchtime when he was about to come on and field before they all turned around and went back into the pavilion. He's got his hands in his pockets. I can't say I blame him. It's not as warm as it was yesterday by any means.
Leach will continue though, so Joseph's got to wait to get his hands on the ball. 43 for 2, 3 slips and cocks up to the stumps as Leach bowls wide of the off stump of Deploy, who leaves alone. Is it me again? Have I just trampled over you? I have, haven't I? Oh.
You want to save your voice for 6 o'clock?
I know. Go on, Fletcher.
Don't worry about it.
No, I worry about it. Go on.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, well. I only remembered because of those evil eyes you just gave me.
Well, I did give you a bit of a look.
Yeah.
I do apologise for that. Around the wicket goes Leach. Well, that's a decent leave by Lears Deploy. It wasn't taken cleanly by Ben Cox behind the stumps either. It crashed into the gloves and out again. But I don't think that missed the stumps by much. I'm getting all sorts of instructions here.
Is one of them make sure you claim your overs, Fletch?
Yes, stand up to him, for goodness sake. Have some backbone, man. Still says 6 overs and 1 ball on next to Leeds though, so perhaps I'm going to get 6 deliveries. He's in again now, bowls to Lears Deploy, who places it very nicely in between the man at square leg, Ross Whiteley, and Alzari Joseph, who's at a wideish mid-on. I think the scoreboard's got stuck. 44 for 2. There we go. I've done 2 and you've done 1. Yeah, it says 6.2 for
I think
Leach.
they're a ball behind. There hasn't been a no ball, has there?
Well, no, because it hasn't gone onto the score. But the score's right. How peculiar. I think they've missed a delivery, that's very exciting. Over the wicket, Leach now to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who steps out of the way. Wow, that was late. That was late. And it's signalled dead ball by... If he'd bowled it by the time he stepped out of the way. Dead ball, says Rob Bailey, the umpire.
Well, what was that then?
Well, presumably somebody away to our left-hand side near the big screen that acts as the side screen, the big sheeting. Must have moved, but that was late, wasn't it?
It was very late. I mean, the
very
ball
late. That's as late as I've seen it. And if the ball had crashed into the stumps, there might have been an inquiry, but it didn't, so no harm done as Leach is in again and bowls to Madsen, who goes onto his toes and pushes it out into the offside. The ball trickles to Ross Whiteley and they consider a single.
To his left-hand side?
Yes, indeed, to the left-handed at Ross Whiteley, to his left hand. Yeah, I mean, that was quite remarkable, the fact that they even thought about it. They decided against it quite wisely in the end. But
because the thing is, there's no one down there.
No,
is there? There's no one sitting down in front of us.
Unless it ruffled or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
No breeze either.
See what distracted him. Unless it was something someone said, maybe.
There are people above us.
Oh, that's true.
There are people above us, and that is who.
This is still causing some
umpire
issues,
Bailey.
isn't it?
I think the problem is that on the scoreboard as well, they've missed a delivery. I think that might be part of the
I think that's what he's
concern.
radioing to now, isn't he?
Anyway, Leach is in again and bowls to Madsen, who defends this one. But they have definitely missed a delivery.
So that should be 5 now,
Should
shouldn't
be 5. It says 4. What if they'll just... There we go. They
yes.
just snuck an extra 1 on while nobody was looking. Except we were looking.
We knew.
Yeah, we did. We know what's going on.
Although we might have not known had I not pinched your first ball.
That's true, actually. We'd have just, we'd have ambled through it, so it was well done you.
Yeah, silver line, you know.
Well done you. His leads to complete his over, probably. And that one is pushed out by Madsen up to Libby at mid-off. And there's no run end of the over, just 1 run from it. 44 for 2. Madsen and Deploy each have 6 the men out so far. Billy Goldman for 10, Brooke Guest for 20. Good catch by Ross Whiteley, that one. He hit it firmly, did Guest, and will probably feel that he was a little unfortunate, but it was a very fine piece of fielding from a very fine fielder. He was wearing black socks, which I don't approve of, but...
Apart from that...
Yeah, I just think I'm not sure. Black socks. Those light grey ones, the specific cricket socks, they're okay, but anything darker than that. As if he cares what I think, Ross Whiteley, why would he? Nobody else does.
Here's Barnard, starting a new over from the Diglis end. It's short and helped round the corner, but straight to Alzheimer Joseph. From Deploy, he'll be crossed because he hit that well. Could have put it anywhere to a degree, but found the man straight away. So just a single, when it might have been more. 45 for 2, Deploy up to 7. Madsen has 6.
Yeah, square it all fine at 4 runs all the way, but...
Barnard turns, scuttling run now up to the wicket, bowls, and brilliant work from D'Oliveira again. Saved more runs there, at least 2, possibly more, because as he drove at that, Madsen, he opened the face and tried to get it in the gap between Jack Haynes at 3rd slip and D'Oliveira at point. It's quite a big gap, to be fair, but D'Oliveira had to make some ground to his left, another full length dive, and well, he's a brilliant fielder. He'd be cross if he didn't stop that, I think. But terrific work again. Barnard in. This one surprises Madsen a little bit off a length, but he's controlled it well and hasn't popped up. He's kept it down, and once more just run through that vacant position down to 3rd man. But Worcestershire won't mind that still. It's all a question of battles and wars, isn't it, at the moment, between bowlers and batsmen. I don't mind if a few cheap boundaries come about through attacking fields, as long as they get their man in the end. Cox is just beckoning Jack Haynes to hedge his bets a little bit here. He's gone from 3rd slip to 4th slip, so there's a gap between him and Darryl Mitchell at 2nd now, as Barnard comes in and bowls, and Madsen is forward and driving it out to Libby, and there's no run.
That one was almost certain to go in between 2nd and 4th slip there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it will happen.
A thick edge. I don't like a gap in the slip cordon, I must admit.
No, and you can bet it would go right in the bread bin of 3rd slip, wouldn't it? .49 for 2. Barnard bowls, and this is cut in the air but safe. Couple of bounces down to the 3rd man boundary by Madsen. Bit short, bit wide from Ed Barnard, and got the treatment. D'Oliveira, no chance there as that flew over his head down to the fence. The 50 is up for Derbyshire. 14th over of their reply. 18 overs to go, including this one tonight. So we're in for a bit of overtime.
Sluggish 50 compared to the first one for Worcestershire, which came up in 11 overs.
Barnard bowls, couple of paces down the pitch. Barnard has just turned to the umpire now. He's absolutely convinced that was LBW. But the batsmen scamper through for a single in the end. It is going to be a leg by, so this will be interesting.
I think the only thing that could have saved him was the fact that he took a couple of steps down the pitch, didn't he? And that must have been what saved.
Yeah, these days with DRS though, even though we don't have it here, that's kind of sort of negated that point of view, hasn't it really? Oh, that is very close though.
Can't really see it.
That's two very, very good LBW appeals that Worcestershire have had that the umpires have not been interested in. I mean, yes, he did come down the track 2 or 3 paces, but
Here we go.
that was gun barrel straight when that hit him shin high.
Sorry, Joseph is coming on first time. I'll do this then, shall I?
Yeah, go on. I'll tell you what, Fletch, you do this over, you can have it.
Okay, thank you.
All 6.
The whole over. I'm not sure I'm sure in my contract it says just the 5 deliveries. I've got metric. Sorry, Joseph then. With Wayne Madsen on strike, his first delivery is all played off an inside edge into his pads by Madsen. That's a little loosener from the West Indian.
Well, he'll want to spell here, Alzari Joseph, in his last game for the county, but 11 wickets at 42 so far for him. He'd have wanted better figures than that. 2 for 22 in the second innings up at Edgbaston, the best he's managed.
Madsen waits and drives it straight back to the bowl. You can hear the voice of Wayne Madsen saying no. There was no chance of a run there. It was good piece of fielding at the end of his follow through from a tall man, Joseph. Very saved. Last game, they want to make an impression. Leave them wanting more. He sets off there. In and bowls to Madsen, strikes him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, although that was probably sliding down leg from here. Joseph sort of joined in and then puts both of his hands in his pockets as he walks back to his bat, which looks quite comical. I don't know, he's asking umpire Bailey what the problem was with that delivery. I'm pretty sure he'll have said, well, it was probably going down leg side, Alzari. So
yeah, that's the least convincing, I think, of the 3 appeals that we've seen.
It's almost tell by the shot as well. Okay, he was trying to whip it away there. There is a man down at long leg.
Yeah, replay, Fletch, it's a long way down.
Yeah. The long leg is a concern, but that one's way wide of the off stump, so he's not in play there as it goes through to Ben Cox. Distinct lack of pied wagtails in this game so far, which is disappointing. On the outfield, I haven't seen one.
I think I saw one yesterday.
Did you? Oh, good.
Yeah. You know what I'm like on my bird identification, Fletch.
Black-tipped, wing-tipped pied wagtail.
Yes, quite possibly.
Yeah.
But one and only.
Don't say that out loud, that the twitches will be driving from all over the country. Next delivery is driven by Wayne Madsen, but Leach goes around from mid on to do the fielding. That's a pigeon.
Yeah.
That's just flown across.
And the tan and white one, the resident
yeah.
tan and white pigeon is obviously here. They're the ones that had a deep and meaningful conversation in our effects mic not so long ago.
Joseph's finally got back to his is a brown pigeon rare, is the question asked. Well, that's a good answer. Alzari Joseph bowls and he's carved away into the point boundary for 4 runs by Wayne Madsen. Good shot from Madsen to complete the over. He moves on to 18, 58 for 2 now. Derbyshire deployed has 7. Is a brown pigeon rare, is the question. And the answer is there are essentially no brown pigeons.
There we go.
Because they're known as red pigeons in the pigeon
world. Yes. It is ready, isn't it?
And they're flocking along the Mediterranean coastline. So,
what's it doing here then?
It's got lost. Most common, the red pigeons are most common in the dry woods of Mexico and Central America and southern Texas around the Rio Grande. That's clearly nonsense, because we're in Worcester, some distance away from the Rio Grande. Well, I assume we are anyway. Otherwise I could have gone there during the rain break. Had a look.
Near the Rio 7.
Yes.
Anything else? Red pigeons, yeah, makes sense. 58 for 2. That was a lovely shot from Madsen that last delivery. It wasn't that wide, it's quite close to him in terms of the cut shot, but beautifully timed. Barnard from the Diglis end, a new over. Touched into the leg side by Deploy to Whiteley at square leg. And there's no run.
I'm going to use all my powers now to predict the 6 o'clock bong from the cathedral.
Okay, well that's 20 seconds away, isn't it?
Well, I think it's more like 27 seconds away, because it's a little bit tardy.
We've got to have the intro first as well, haven't you?
Do they play an intro?
They probably don't actually, do they now? Barnard bowls and deploys forward. Always used to. There's no run out to Joe Leach at mid-on.
Well, I reckon that the bong will come round about. There we go.
13.
Look at that. That's spooky, isn't it? It's almost witchcraft.
Yeah.
And on that note,
he's off. He's off with his wizardry. We'll see him soon. 6 o'clock here at New Road. Ed Barnard bowls and steered out by Deploy to Joe Leach at mid-wicket. No run. Tight stuff here from Barnard, halfway through his third over. None for 17 though. Those figures have been damaged a bit by those fours down to third man. 58 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 421. Barnard striding in, and Deploys covering up outside off stump. Out to cover, and there's no run. And let's talk about this Deploys' modest return with the bat this season, averaging just 18 so far from his 11 innings. Just over 200 runs prior to today. Barnard bowls to him, a big appeal, and the finger goes up. Deploy's gone. Worcestershire strike for the third time, and Deploy has gone. Barnard strikes for the first time, and Derbyshire are in a spot of bother. Caught on the front foot, and this time the fourth time of asking, but two very good appeals for LBW that have been turned down, one less so, but that one finally given. And Deploy's got to go. Off he ambles quite slowly out for 7. 58 for 3. And here comes the new man, Ben McDermott, making his Derbyshire debut, the Australian. Brought in predominantly for white ball stuff, but loss of Billy Stanlake has given Derbyshire the opportunity to get him involved in the red ball stuff. So this will be interesting. A naturally explosive player, also keeps wicket as well. But these are difficult conditions. Worcestershire can sense the opportunity here. We're in a great position. 58 for 3. Barnard moves back in front on his own as the leading wicket taken out. 13. In to bowl for the right-handed McDermott, who gets off the mark with a cracking 4. flayed through the offside. Not quite off the back foot, but that's where the weight was going when the ball pinged off the middle of his bat. Brett Oliveira no chance there at point, and away it whizzed to the fence. End of the over, 62 for 3. Some way to announce yourself. Carting his first delivery to the fence. Barnard, 3 overs, 1 for 21, so success for the Worcestershire all-rounder to go with his excellent knock of 90. And his fabulous season continues. Alzari Joseph, now how he would love to join the party here with some wickets. Chance for him to blow this game open for Worcestershire. In he comes, keeps a bit low outside the off stump. Looking good for Worcestershire here. Derbyshire 62 for 3. Lewis Deploy has just perished LBW to Ed Barnard for 7. Worcestershire had 2 very good appeals for LBW turned down, but they finally had one granted as they would see it. Brooke Guest for 20 and Billy Godleman for 10. The other 2 batsmen out. Leach, Pennington, the wicket takers. Worcestershire taking control of this game now. Derbyshire in reply to Worcestershire's 421, 62 for 3. 15 overs left in the day, so probably a post 7 o'clock finish here if the light holds, and there's no reason to suggest it shouldn't. Joseph is ready. 3 slips go down, all hands on knees. He bowls, and Madston pushes it out to Joe Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. The captain picks it up, gives it a rub on the front of his sleeveless jumper. Can't do the Jake Libby because he doesn't have any long sleeves on, the Worcestershire captain. Ball is back in the hand of Joseph. Here he comes. Into Bolton. Madsden is to great delivery just outside the off stump. Madsden comes forward and plays a tentative forward prod at that. Can't have missed the outside edge by much. Oh, come on boys from the captain Joe Leach. There's a couple of wickets here. Really has them in total control. And posted 421. Third time they've got past 400 this season. That's not necessarily been the issue. It's been inability to take 20 wickets so far. This is the main reason why they haven't managed to win a game, but they're in great position here with another spirited batting performance. Now, can they back it up with the ball in these encouraging conditions? So far so good. Joseph, his long sleeves buttoned down at the wrist. In he comes, long strides past the umpire and bowls, and on the drive is Madsen, and he hits it straight to Jake Libby. End of the over, 2 overs, number 4 now for Alzari Joseph. Derbyshire 62 for 3. Madsen has 18 from 29. McDermott just a 1 ball which he carted for 4 through point, and he'll be on strike to this next over from Ed Barnard. If you have missed the bulk of the action today, then Worcestershire added another 85 runs to their overnight total to finish on 421. And 3 men out this morning were Alzari Joseph for 12, Joe Leach for 5, and Ed Barnard, the last man to go for 90. On our bowls, full of length right on the toes of McDermott, who jams his bat down on it and squeezes it out to Leach at mid-off. And a word for Dylan Pennington as well, who offered terrific support for Barnard to try and shepherd him towards a century. He finished 24 not out off 40 balls with 2 4s and a 6. Barnard bowls. Dermot carefully forward. Can only steer it into the covers. To Jake Libby. Still the 3 slips in. They are fell at first. He's already taken 1 good catch to get rid of Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire captain. Darryl Mitchell at second, hands thrust in pockets at the moment, and Jack Haynes is at third. Those are the 3 close catches. Everyone else is saving a single, bar Joseph down at long leg. Barnard bowls, single here into the onside through mid-wicket, just be the one as Pennington trots around to his right to field. McDermott goes up to 5. Madsen down on strike. The slip cordon shrinks by 1. Jack Haynes is now down at third man. So just the 2 slips in place now. Barnard bowls. Madsen forward, won't get a run here. Up to mid-on. Picked up by Pennington. So dropping the third man back. Not content to risk any more easy runs down there. Kick themselves if one now flies through where Jack Haynes was fielding a moment ago. 63 for 3 with 421 already on the board. Here comes Barnard though. Bowls, and this is a waft from Madsen, not a great shot at all. Just short of a length wide of that off stump, and went over the top of it in the end, I think, but very close to giving his wicket away there. If it tickled that through, that would have been a really poor piece of judgment and a poor stroke at this sensitive time for Derbyshire. You've got to try and make Worcestershire get them out here, not give them anything cheaply. As Barnard scuttles towards us now from the Diglis end, and Madsen pushes his next ball, the last ball of the over, up to mid-on. Pennington fields, no run. 4 overs, 1 for 22 now for Ed Barnard. Derbyshire 63 for 3, 13 overs remaining in the day.
I think it's going well. What a shot that was from Ben McDermott. The first ball,
bang.
As a Derbyshire player, crashed it to the cover boundary on the short side of the ground, and now the short boundary is square on the onside. He's taking his guard, and it'll be Alzari Joseph to bowl to him, so this could be quite exciting. Could be an exciting little passage of play. Derbyshire way behind at the moment. Clearly 271 the first target, the 63 for 3. It's quite an uphill task for them as McDermott just flexes his knees. Joseph bowls to him, and he pushes this one out into the offside. D'Oliveira comes from point to do the fielding. I've been very excited to see Ben McDermott bat for Derbyshire ever since we discovered that he would be playing a bit of red ball cricket. It's a replacement for Billy Stanley, clearly not like for like. One's a 6'8"
You'd
bowler.
struggle to find a like for like physically for Stanley, wouldn't you?
You would, and they're not going to replace him in the red ball game now that McDermott has committed himself to playing. He waits now and turns this into the leg side. If they turns, he hit it quite forcefully, and they're not going to come back for a second as Joe Leach does the fielding. He hit that one sort of towards mid-wicket, and Leach went around from mid-on to do the fielding, but he's moved on to 6. McDermott from 6 deliveries, not hanging about. Why would he? Madsen on 18, 64 for 3. It's a very exciting prospect of seeing him playing in the white ball competitions.
Yeah, that could be fun, couldn't it?
Use the plural because it's not only T20 but Royal London as well. 5 home games in that for Derbyshire as Madsen defends his next delivery from Alzari Joseph back to the bowler. But he was one of the leading scorers in the Big Bash last year. I saw one shot that, it's a terrific timing, the Big Bash, because you can get out of bed, make a coffee and watch a game of T20 cricket with some of the some of the best players in the world playing in it, and he hit one ball at Canberra out of the ground and down the road. That was just magnificent, and we already knew he was coming by that time. Madsen waits and edges this one beyond third, fourth slip, even down to third man. There is a third man in place now, and he picks up another single. He moves to 1965 for 3. We've seen a lot of balls go off the edge of bats over the course of the 2 days, day and a half's worth of play, but 2 days, or slightly less than a day and a half's worth of play, really.
We've only seen 3 slip chances. 2 of those were dropped, haven't we?
By Lewis deployed.
And the foul catch. Has there been any other slip chances? I don't think there has there?
I'm going to check. At some point, this next delivery is defended out into the covers by McDermott. Even his defensive shots seem to go quite hard, which is a slight concern, because if the ball does deviate, then he's a slip catch candidate. It's a really good question now, that. Twist questions, love them. I'm not sure we've had any more. Ross Whiteley was caught at second slip by Wayne Madsen.
Okay, yeah. That's true. It's 4 then.
But that's it. Yeah, that's it. Joseph in and bowls, and that one is defended immaculately by McDermott to end the over 2 runs from it. McDermott has 6, Madsen has 19, and Derbyshire is 65 for 3 with 12 overs to go today, so around about 40-45 minutes worth of cricket. It'll be around about 7 o'clock when we finish, and of course tomorrow we have 104 overs, because we get an extra 8
lovely
from the ones that we lost today. A number will go by the wayside, but forecast for tomorrow set fair, so we'll get the full 104 overs in, so bring your sleeping bag.
65 for 3. Barnard, new over, Diglis End. Doesn't get up very much outside the off stump as it makes its way just about carries to Ben Cox behind the stumps. There's no run. Still some spectators here, stubbornly hanging on, understandably, for as long as they can get to the close. A bit chilly out there, a bit chilly in that top tier of the Basil D'Oliveira stand, I'd wager. Looks like there's a gentleman in shorts and t-shirt though. He's taking it on, which is good to see. Barnard bowls, forward comes Madston, there's no run. Barnard feels on his follow through. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, we're now probably in the 10s, aren't we, of members that are in here?
Yeah, I'd have thought so. Disappointing for the spectators who got a ticket for today and came, saw a full morning's play near enough. Worcestershire did well, and then there.
Yeah, real contrast to yesterday for sure. Let's hope tomorrow's a bit better. This is wide. Madston cuts hard down into the ground, and it still whistles its way to Haynes at third man. It's quite wide there.
No ball as well. So 3 on
the total, yeah.
All runs gratefully received by Derbyshire.
Now, is Haynes coming back up here for McDermott? He is.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, with him going quite hard at the ball.
Yeah, he does go quite hard, even in defence.
Not a bad idea from skipper Leach.
You wouldn't want to be on the end of a slip catch, though.
No,
if he flashes
I'd want to give myself a few.
Yeah,
I think
I might just take a step back.
Stay at third man, he still might catch it. Barnard bowls, and he beats McDermott, who comes forward, feeling for it a little bit outside the off stump. Through to Cox, and there's no run.
Yeah, it didn't go hard at that one. Quite tentative, really. His defensive shot on that occasion, Ben McDermott, but
ominously, that scoreboard on the far side, the digital one, has got quite bright.
Yeah. I thought my eyes had improved, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fletch.
It's disappointing.
Barnard bowls, and forward comes McDermott. Won't get a run here. Out to D'Oliveira at cover point.
Never having been to Australia, I can only go off what I've seen on TV, but he plays his domestic cricket in Tasmania, which is probably the least hospitable of all the states, as far as I'm aware. Down in Hobart.
In what way?
Well, in weather.
Oh right, okay.
Is, you know,
yeah. Well, I've been to Hobart.
It can blow a bit, can't
yes,
it?
it's not the same as the mainland. No. Barnard bowls, and this is turned off his legs nicely by McDermott. He's timed that well. He's gone into that area of the field though where it's probably a bit damp and it'll slow up. Indeed it does. So it won't go to the fence. Whiteley gives chase, but they will come back for 3. 68 for 3. 71 with the addition of that triple for McDermott. Yeah, I mean it's a lovely place, and the weather's a lot more temperate than obviously the mainland. So it's a bit more like here, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking. If he'd mainly played his cricket in Queensland, which is subtropical in parts, isn't it? Brisbane and north of that.
As Barnard comes forward and bowls, and it won't get a run here. Steers it straight to Ross Whiteley at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The Bell Reeve Oval. Well, they've probably renamed it now, I think.
I think you're right.
In Hobart. But that's the main cricket centre in the capital.
They play there and at Launceston, don't they?
Yes. Launceston is sort of more famous, I suppose, for the cricketers that it's produced for Australia. Ricky Ponting, chief among them. But lovely place.
The Hobart Hurricanes. I suppose that tells you all you need to know, really, about the team. Just how windy it might be there. If the nickname's the Hurricanes. Well, that tap is the bat of Ben McDermott as he waits for Alzari Joseph to bowl. Germany pushes this one up to Joe Leach at mid-on. There's no run. Already a bowling point in the bag for Worcestershire with the 3 wickets down. They've got 5 bonus points now to Derbyshire's 2. Still 100% more than Derbyshire got at Chelmsford in their last away game. That wasn't a particularly profitable trip. Well, we did see spin on at the start of Derbyshire's first innings. That one is defended by McDermott again to Joe Leach. And there's no run. Very peculiar to see spin opening up in the evening session after Essex had gone mad with the bat. Piled on 412 runs in no time at all, and then Derbyshire were 3 down at the close. There's a certain familiarity to this score. Joseph very carefully places the ball in his right hand, McDermott. Everything he does is loud. This next one on the back foot, punched into the offside, and it's gone beyond. Is that Ed Barnard, who couldn't quite get to it, and he's going to get 2. He might come back for a 3rd. D'Oliveira's there. They are going to come back for the 3rd as the throw from D'Oliveira comes in. Oh, and it hits the stumps direct, but he's okay, and they're going to run 4, are they? No, he sends Wayne Madsen back. He might have been in a spot of bother there with a direct hit, but he managed to get back in time, did Ben McDermott. Good throw from Brett D'Oliveira from out in the deep. Terrific work from him. And there was a loud appeal, but clearly more in hope than expectation, and McDermott survives. He's moved on to 74 for 3.
I love the multitasking from Joe Leach there, because he had to back up and put the appeal in at the same time, and he was really going for it with that direct hit, and then suddenly realised he was the one closest to having to fetch the ball to make sure they didn't pinch and overthrow.
I think if he'd gone straight away, they might have had an all-run 4 there. That would have been something to tell the grandchildren about. Halfway through the Alzari Joseph over, he bowls to Madsen, who clips this aerially into the leg side and just shy of Ross Whiteley in the mid-wicket region. But it was aerial off the bat. It probably only about 1.5 foot off the ground the entire time it was in the air, but it was in the air. Yeah,
it'd have had to have been quite close there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mid-wicket to have caught that.
A slightly false shot from Madsen. He's on 20. McDermott 12, 74 for 3. Joseph's in again and off the back foot, pushed up towards mid-off where Jake Libby does the fielding. And immediately starts polishing the ball on the back of his right leg. Is he going to go to the... Yes, there he is. He's on the forearm again. Excellent work. 74 for... I think I'm done now as far as updates are concerned.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the bonus one at 6:30.
Well, that's me. I could go back to the hotel actually.
Don't you dare.
Joseph, that's a full delivery, and Madsen gets his bat down on it and pushes it no more than a couple of feet away from his front foot. End of the over. We're going to see Joe Leach return by the look of it. McDermott has 12, Madsen has 20. Derbyshire 74 for 3 with 10 overs left in the day's play. And Worcestershire firmly on top here. And these two batsmen are fighting hard, having added 16 from 32 deliveries.
Did you Worcester well last night, by the way?
Yeah. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. I'd tell you the name of the beer, but I fear I'd be kicked off.
Yeah,
kicked off air.
Yeah, you might be.
Forever. Much hilarity ensued, as you can probably imagine. Now it's a very nice drop. I only had one of those though, because when I asked for the second one, I got a punch in the face off the waitress. I didn't. The barrel had gone. Really disappointing.
You'd broken the barrel.
Yeah.
Leach from the Diglis end bowls. Forward comes McDermott. Won't get a run here. Up to the captain bends down. Actually, does his own fielding. 3 slips in now. Back for McDermott, hoping to profit if he goes a bit hard at it. Barnard's at point. D'Oliveira at cover. Libby at mid-off. Pennington at mid-on. Whiteley at mid-wicket. Joseph long leg. Fell, Mitchell and Haynes the slips. Steered towards Whiteley this time at mid-wicket. There'll be no run.
And you know you've had a good evening when you finish it off with a 12-inch hot and spicy, don't you?
You do. You certainly do.
That's the very definition of a good night out for me. Half eaten in the pizza shop and half...
not on the pavement.
Back in the hotel room, no. No, not on the pavement, no.
That's good.
No. That would be... that wouldn't be the classy thing to do, would it, really?
No. No, I meant you just dropped it.
Oh, no, I didn't drop. Good
no.
Drop food. No chance.
Leach bowls, an appeal for LBW, but that was high. You can see from here, Cox is standing up as well now. He wasn't too enthusiastic about that. The captain certainly was, but he was kind of on his own a bit. But Worcestershire will want to pick up another wicket here, at least. 10 overs remaining, including this one. 1 bowling bonus point in the bag. Leach is ready. And he comes. Bowls. McDermott again is textbook with his forward defensive shot. Out to D'Oliveira at cover. Again, no run.
Just looking back, this morning Worcestershire put on 85 for 3 in the morning session. Derbyshire are still to wipe out the damage done this morning by the Worcestershire tail. Marshalled brilliantly by Ed Barnard. Fine innings from Dylan Pennington as well. He made 24. That's the scale of the task.
Leach moves towards us now and bowls, and carbon copy ready from McDermott forward. No way through there. Out to cover, and there's no run. Elsewhere in this group, some more latest scores. Durham up against it, certainly. Essex now 244 for 8 in their second innings. They lead by a huge 327 runs, still with 2 wickets to go. At Edgbaston, Nottinghamshire, the group leaders before this round of games, 134 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 341 all out, so still 207 behind. Leach bowls, McDermott defends him out to mid-on and no run. And in the other groups, Grace Road, Middlesex 57 for 1. They are 216 ahead of Leicestershire with 9 wickets in their second innings still standing. Closer playing a couple of games at the Oval. Surrey 473 all out. Hashim Amla 170 odd for him. Gloucestershire 45 for 1. So Gloucestershire miles behind there at the moment, 428. Sussex 142 for 4 in their second innings. That's a lead of 61 over Northants. End of the over. Here's Joseph, 74 for 3.
Ball away Madsen from the new road end, and Madsen pushes it back towards him. He gets a left hand to it to take the pace out of the ball. There's no wrong.
And finally, the Roses match, which was all Lancashire yesterday and has remained so today. Yorkshire 159 all out. Lancashire now 350 for 6 in reply. 191 ahead.
Go Lancs. Joseph sets off, lengthy run. Balls to Madsen, who drives it but doesn't time it up to Jake Libby at mid-off. Libby, as he does every time the ball goes to him, pushes it furiously on his trousers initially, and then furiously on his left forearm. Actually, Peyton, that, I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm with you, I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before.
It's normally where you write your answers to your exam questions, isn't it?
Potentially. I can't remember my exams, they were that long ago. 1980s. Next delivery is pushed up towards mid-on by Wayne Madsen. Leach does the fielding, 74 for 3 it remains. Been a run for a while since the 3 and the near run out, in fact. A couple of overs ago. McDermott leaning on his bat, legs crossed. Looks very much at home out there. As does Waldo, who's just troubled by a fly. As does Wayne Madsen, who waits now. Joseph bowls, that's clipped into the leg side. It's Ross Whiteley with the fielding, so there's no possibility of a run there as he tumbles, picks up and throws in with his left hand. 8 overs and 2 balls still to go, which is a little more than half an hour, so it will be just around the 7 o'clock mark that Derbyshire have to survive until and hope for a batting day tomorrow with the sun shining on their backs and balls flying to the boundary. Got a dream. You told me that before. Here's Joseph in again. That was a long way short of the front crease there when he delivered that one. Joe Leach thought it was the last ball of the over. He's already removed his sleeveless sweater. He's going to put it back on because there's 1 ball to go. If he'd looked at the scoreboard, he'd have known that. Big half hour. Big half hour. Yeah.
Huge half hour.
Well, about a 20-minute walk back to the hotel. Here's Joseph again. Final ball of his 5th over. 0 for 9 so far. Balls to Wayne Madsen, who drives it aerially. Comes off a thick edge in actual fact and goes down to quite a square third man. D'Oliveira gives chase. They're going to come back for the third. McDermott was already well into his 3rd run by the time the ball was released by D'Oliveira down there in the deep. And they complete 3. Madsen moves to 23. McDermott 12, 77 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, all the conditions are against Derbyshire, aren't they? With the ball still doing a bit and not getting nowhere near full value for your shots. And any other occasion, if we've not had the rain, that'd have been 4. But 3 times now we've seen balls that were looking like they might have gone to the fence have dried up just inside the rope.
Pears conferring here.
Can't be the light, can it? It's brighter now than it was 10 minutes ago.
We're okay. We're okay.
Yes.
For that.
Yes, you can't take us off now. It's brighter. 8 overs to go. Come on. 77 for 3. Let's get it done.
Club cricketers around the country for the Friday night T20s will just be getting going in this light and thinking,
exactly.
Oh, it's bright, isn't it?
Yes.
Batsman in shades.
Leach. With a new over. We'll get a single here. Madsen down to 3rd man. Jack Haynes does the fielding. Yeah, I mean, this is positively balmy conditions for most club cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful. Still.
I mean, there are no cars on the outfield with the headlights on, are they, for a start?
Not yet.
I mean, you know, what's the problem?
It's only a matter of time.
Cox up to the stumps, 3 slips. Fell is not quite directly behind the keeper, but he's not far off at first slip, and almost turned round there, McDermott, by a ball from Leach. Threatens to take a leading edge. It does find its way back up the pitch to the Worcestershire captain.
Look at the edge of his bat there, McDermott. Thanking it.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, if it was a leading edge, it didn't pop up in the air. McDermott on 12 from his 21 balls, 78 for 3. Leach bowls wide of the off stump and taken by Cox. McDermott having nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it's brightening up even more now. Beautiful.
Yeah, I can't imagine that chat. Oh, what was it about? If it wasn't about the light, I don't know.
Carnapin.
Carnapin. Maybe it was something like, I'm sure there were 2 more horse chestnut trees the last time I was here. Maybe it was that, I don't know. Leach bowls, and McDermott solidly behind this one, pushing it out to mid-off, where Chief Shiner, Jake Libby, bends down. This time starts down his right leg before switching to that buffing position in the inside of his left forearm.
I'll give you Ben McDermott's full name in a minute. You'll enjoy this.
Okay.
Yeah. Spotted it the other day, I'd forgotten about him.
Here comes Leach up to the wicket, and McDermott again is not playing a stroke, and a bit hot to handle that one for Ben Cox as a juggler. Can't take it cleanly though, but no damage done.
Benjamin, which is you'd probably have guessed, wouldn't you? Yeah. Reginald.
Oh, lovely.
That's a belter, isn't it?
Ben Reg
McDermott.
Ben Reg McDermott.
He's 26. I imagine he thanked his parents for Reginald as a middle name when he was at school. Well, the size of him, you wouldn't actually say anything to him anyway.
Here's Leach. McDermott on the drive. It's a little bit uppish, but not for very long. Barnard with a desperate dive to his left, can't cut it off. And Leach standing amid pitch with hands on head. But close, but not close enough. And it whistles away for another boundary. McDermott up to 16, the end of the over. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19 now for the Worcestershire captain. Derbyshire 82 for 3, 7 overs to go.
I may have done him a disservice when I suggested he hadn't bowled as well. According to this, he's bowled 102 balls in first class cricket, 0 for 75. Perhaps it wasn't a surprise that Billy Godolphin didn't turn to him this morning. Alzari Joseph begins a new over to Wayne Madsen, who drives it up to the substitute fielder, whose name I don't have, I'm afraid. He's got 52 on his back. What does it say?
Tom Fell? Not Tom Fell. Josh Dell.
Josh Dell?
Yeah.
Right. The name on his back was too small for me to read as well. There is a name there,
Dell,
isn't it?
yeah.
Josh Dell, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Always good to name check the subs. It's Madsen waits and Joseph bowls the next delivery wide of the off stump, and Madsen just watches it go past and through to the wicket keeper. So 38 first class matches, just over 2,000 runs, 2,011 runs with a high score of 107 at an average of 34 as Ben McDermott. Much better known for his T20 though, 12 T20 internationals for Australia and 73 T20 games as well. He's at the non-strikers end as Madsen pushes this next delivery from Joseph, to D'Oliveira at point. So he has more first-class experience certainly than Billy Stanley did when he arrived and then went. He's played, I think, 9 first-class matches now, Billy Stanley, including the one for Derbyshire. They grew up together in Queensland, and Stanley was looking forward to meeting up with him. But unfortunately, the best mates from way back when passed each other in the air as Madsen whips this one down to long leg for a single. He moves on to 25, 83 for 3 Derbyshire now.
Yeah, I mean, anyone likes to see a fast bowler, a tall fast bowler tearing in, and they wouldn't wish any ill luck on Billy Stanlake. And he's had a wretched time with injuries, hasn't he?
He has.
And so let's hope he's back. And it's not too terminal for his prospects of having a long red ball career.
McDermott on strike now as Joseph is in, and he goes up on his toes and defends it back to the bowler, does McDermott. Nicely played. Yeah, he's just sort of the wrong shape, isn't he, Billy Stanley? With the greatest of respect, I mean, I'm tall, but he's just very tall, and there's an awful lot of moving parts in a bowling.
He's quite slender, isn't he?
Yes,
for
he
a
is.
tall bar guy.
You're saying I'm not. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm talking purely about Mr. Stanley and nobody else.
Very much the inference I got from that comment. Joseph bowls again. From a long way behind the stumps he delivered that one. And it's driven towards Dell by McDermott. There's no run into the over. 6 to go.
I'd never do that considering the daggers you gave me for stealing your ball earlier.
That was your 83 for 3 Madsen.
That was me warned.
25 McDermott 16. Well, you know.
Quite dark over the Basil D'Oliveira stand, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's,
above it's not too bad, is it? I mean, it's, if you look at the players, there are sort of hints of shadows emanating from their feet, so that's promising for the final 6 overs of the day.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right. 6 to go.
It'd be nice to get the 3 figures on the board for Derbyshire, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he's 17 away, 83 for 3. Leach bowls and almost squeezes one through Madsen's defensive prod forward, takes a thick inside edge and strikes him on the pad and trickles away. 3 slips back in for Madsen this time. We saw them for McDermott, but they've stayed in position for the other right-hander. Everyone else, regulation field, ring on the offside, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Joseph the only man on the rope at long leg as Leach pounds in and bowls, and on the drive is Madsen 4. Thank you very much. Through the covers. D'Oliveira can't stop it, and once it gets through that inner ring, it runs away towards the ladies' pavilion on that short boundary. And always going to be 4, even though the outfield quite heavy here with the rain that we've had. 87 for 3. Madsen up to 29 from his 54 balls. Close of play around the country. We know that Surrey and Sussex reached stumps a while ago, but now it's all over at Grace Road and Old Trafford for the day. Madsen forward, pushing this next delivery from Leach out to Libby at mid-off. So Leicestershire, Middlesex reaching stumps on 57 for 1 in their second innings, so they lead by 216. Leicestershire 136 all out. And the Roses match at Old Trafford, Lancashire 350 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 159, so they're 191 ahead. 100 there for Keaton Jennings. Leach bowls. Madsen is careful, pushing it out to mid-on this time, where Josh Dale fields. He'll feel he's next in line, the next cab off the rank, as it were, for a chance in the first team, because he's been stacking up the runs in the seconds. He, along with Ross Whiteley, which had a big partnership in the last game. A decent pre-season as well. Josh Dell, so you'd think he's the next in line should there be a switch in the batting order. And Leach is defended out to covers this time by Madsen, no run.
It's difficult to gauge who's the next in line for Derbyshire should they want to make changes. Tom Wood's had a go at opener in a couple of matches this season. Alice Dahl had a go up the order and down the order. Obviously Harvey Hussain will be desperately hoping he's back in contention next week.
Last ball of the over. Leach bowls, and again Madsen negotiates it safely out into the offside. D'Oliveira will trot forward and pick it up. End of the over, 5 to go today. Leach has got through 10 overs now, 3 maidens, 1 for 23 in typical figures for him. Not giving much away. 87 for 3, Madston 29, McDermott 16. They're still playing at Edgbaston and at Chesterley Street. Nottinghamshire 157 for 3. Replying to Warwickshire's 341, so 184 runs behind. And Essex now have stretched their lead out to 331 over Durham, 248 for 8 in their second innings.
Dylan Pennington is going to come on from the New Road end, having taken 1 for 22 from 5 overs from the Diglis end in his first spell. He's going to be bowling to Ben McDermott. Obviously he's warmed his shoulder up. Just bowling a few deliveries to Alzari Joseph, the man he's replaced, and he's on his way in now with just a couple of slips in play, some balls. That one's pushed out into the offside, but it's fielded by Ed Barnard, and there's no run. So 4 overs and 5 balls left today. As I say, a full day in Prospect tomorrow, so those who have tickets who are listening today and with their fingers crossed, no doubt, I think we should be okay. And it's an extra 8 overs long as well. Bring an extra couple of sandwiches as McDermott waits. One's beaten. Nice delivery from Pennington. Flashes through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Really good delivery. These two have added 29 runs so far for the 4th wicket from 64 deliveries. After they really were teetering on the brink at 58 for 3. Well, they're not exactly out of the woods yet, Derbyshire, but these two have done okay, as this next one is guided once again to Ed Barnard in the covers by McDermott. Remains 87 for 3. Trying to calculate how many supporters might be in now, perhaps 50, 60. A lot decided when the prolonged absence of cricket due to a bit of drizzle and presumably something else, but I've never quite worked out. Pennington is in and bowls to McDermott, who turns this nicely into the leg side. There's going to be runs here. He's got 1. He'll come back for the second as the ball is cut off down in the deep. There's a relay throw. Nice work initially from Jake Libby. Picks it up, gives it to Ross Whiteley to hurl in with his left arm, and they get through for 2 more runs. And McDermott moves on to 89 for 3. So they have now wiped out the runs conceded this morning. Derbyshire, in fact, they're just in credit today by 4. It's almost as if day 2 never happened. As a result, they trail by 332 as Pennington's in. McDermott defends up to Leach at mid-on.
I mean, I think Worcestershire will be happy with 3 wickets down at the close, but if they can winkle out another one here in the remaining 4 and a bit overs, so much the better.
Yes, these two they're not quite gone into complete close of play mode, but they're not far off now. They'll want to come back with the sun on their backs tomorrow, I'm sure. Pennington is in and McDermott defends. Just noticed then when Pennington, as the over ends at 89 for 3, was running in, that there were little bits of soil or mud coming off his boots as he ran in, so it is a little damp out there.
Yeah, you can start to see some of the darkening of the footprints as well, can't you? As the bowlers come up into their delivery stride. And just before that last ball, we heard the captain Joe Leach just go 4 tonight is what he wants. Well, they've got 4 overs left to do it, to pick up another wicket. But it's been a decent effort though from Worcestershire. They'd have taken 3 wickets, I reckon. Here comes Barnard then. 89 for 3. Bowls and steered carefully by Madston up to mid-on. And there's no run. Back to 2 slips now. Pennington's gone down to wide third man. Just trying to work out, must be Jack Haynes who's off the field. Yeah, I think it is. Better late than never. I identified who it was. Barnard past the umpire and bowls. Back to him up the pitch by Madsen. Crucial for Derbyshire now just to keep this ticking along. They've done well, these two. Coming together with the ship definitely listing at 56 for 3. .33 they've added though. Barnard bowls. Madston way out of his crease as he met that one, pushing it up to mid-on. And Josh Dell. Actually, it's not Josh Dell, as Haynes is back on the field. Oh well. Better late than never to get it wrong. Oh dear. Got 4 overs to go. Feels like 40. Barnard past the umpire and bowls. Won't get a run here, Madston, no. Threatens to withdraw the bat just as soon as it thuds into the toe. But no danger. Steers it to D'Oliveira at point. And there's no run. Josh Dell off the field.
Is he? Definitely?
I don't know. I'm assuming. I can't see him. No, he's off. He's definitely off. There you go. Head on the block there. Barnard bowls up onto his toes. A nice push there and a tumbling stop. He's not quite got all of it there, D'Oliveira, so Leach has got to run a bit to his right behind him to tidy up. They're through for a single. Madston's firm push gets him up to 30, 90 for 3. 1 ball left of the over. 3 to go after this one, so won't be too much beyond 7 o'clock, I don't think.
No.
If at all. Barnard to finish his over then. And McDermott plays him calmly up to mid-on. Jack Haynes runs around to field. And the end of the over. 6 overs now for Ed Barnard, 1 for 29. Derbyshire 90 for 3. 3 overs to go in the day.
I'm indebted to Drew Walker for a couple of communications via Twitter at Flex Sport. He says Tasmania nearest to Derbyshire conditions and climate based on his 2-month tour of Australia in 2006-7. He did visit Launceston as well as Hobart, but didn't make it at Mount Wellington. Divinutu and Rogers were well at home in Derbyshire, so he hopes that Ben McDermott will acclimatise similarly. Tasmania has a settlement, which I'll come to in a moment, because Dylan Pennington's beginning a new over to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this one up to mid-on where it's fielded by Joe Leach and there's no run. Tasmania has a settlement named Derby, where they have a shot tower, which Derby in the UK was also famous for. Not a lot of folk know that, he says. Well, certainly I didn't.
No, news to me.
There's a Derby.
Derby, didn't know that.
Tasmania. No. He was born in Queensland, but now plies his trade in Tasmania. Ben McDermott. He's at the non-strikers, and there's This one's left alone outside the off stump by Wayne Madsen, who's definitely in close of play mode now. He's got 30, McDermott has 18. They've added 32 at 90 for 3. Clearly they're not as excited about the prospect of getting to 3 figures as I am before the close of play. They're just happy with the 3 down as a maximum, whereas Worcestershire clearly would love another 1.
Yeah, at this stage it's all about the wickets column, isn't it? Yeah. No one cares about the runs.
Nobody cares. Paddington in and bowls to Madsen, who off the back foot forces it up to Alzari Joseph at mid-off.
But we'll all come back caring very much tomorrow.
We'll care. Yeah, we will care. I'll say it should be a fascinating day's play tomorrow. It's been a decent contest while they've been out there today. Paddington is in again and Madsen defends it out to Barnard, who's fielding in the covers. The forecast for tomorrow suggests that rain is highly unlikely, although it is going to remain overcast up to about 17, 18, 19 degrees, which is pleasantly warm.
Is that the Derby weather?
Oh yeah, no, it's here. No, I haven't made that mistake twice. That was poor, wasn't it? Well, it should be clearing up by now. What's going on?
I mean, I know I'm the ultimate greenhouse with a pile of rocks man next to me, but
that was disappointing. You got the focus so badly wrong as Madsen clips this down towards the long leg off the inside edge. Filled it down there in the distance. I think that's Jake Libby away in the far distance. Pick up another single. Madsen moves to 31, 91 for 3. Final ball of the 29th over of Derbyshire's first innings as they replied to Worcestershire's 421 all out. Which was considerably higher than they would have been hoping for when they were 336 for 7 at the start of the day. Pennington is in and McDermott is beaten by a ball that goes past the outside edge and then swings back down the leg side and is taken running away to his left hand side by Ben Cox. Good delivery to end the over from Pennington. 7 overs, 1 for 25 his figures. McDermott has 18, Madsen has 31. Derbyshire with 12 deliveries left today are 91 for 3.
Yeah, good ball to end the over from Pennington. He's bowled well actually. 1 for 25. Really cut back at McDermott into the right-hander. So Ed Barnard starting the penultimate over of the day. Here he comes. And this is almost chopped on by Wayne Madsen. Could have gone anywhere. Very easily into his stumps there. Feet rooted to the crease and trying to cut it away. And he's fortunate not to hear the clatter of timbers behind him. Worcestershire desperately want this 4th wicket if they can, and very nearly got it there.
Paul tells me there's also a town called Derby in Western Australia, pronounced Derby as opposed to the English pronunciation Derby.
There's a lot of English names in Australia, isn't there?
Yeah. Newcastle definitely.
Barnard bowls and fired up into the block hole.
The Jets and the Knights of Newcastle, the football and NRL teams. I don't think we should start going through them all though, should I?
No.
That would be
I can't remember. Having said there are lots of them, I can't remember any now off the top of my head.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And others. Yeah. I don't think we should go through them right now.
No. Lovely ball from Barnard. Beats Madsen as he comes forward. Bit of lift as well, and movement away from the right-hander. Terrific stuff from Ed Barnard. Late in the piece here. 91 for 3. Madsen 31. McDermott 18. These two have battled well for Derbyshire. Coming together on 56 for 3 when it all could have gone spectacularly wrong. Guest for 20. Godleman for 10. Deploy for 7. The 3 men to go. Barnard bowls and takes a couple of strides out of his crease, Madsen, as he comes at this. Doesn't play a stroke. Outside the off stump and through to Cox.
concerned about any swing that Barnard's getting, batting out of his crease and moving down the pitch as well. Trying to negate that swing. Butters looks tired, doesn't he? Looks like it's past his bedtime.
What's he got under the tea towels? I want to know. Barnard in, bowls. Steered up towards mid-on by Madsen. No run. Got to keep concentrating here, these two Derbyshire players. No lapses in focus, just to give it away right before the close. Oh, we've got 7 balls left in the day. And Barnard with his last delivery of day 2. Here he comes after his 90 with the bat. Past the umpire bowls, and Madston deflects it out towards D'Oliveira and safely negotiates that over. 91 for 3, Madsen 31, McDermott 18. Final over of the day coming up.
Or as many balls as we get, because we only had 1 delivery of the final over last night.
That's true, yeah.
So Ben Aitchison picked up a wicket.
A maximum of 6, unless there's a no ball or wide.
Succinctly
could be here all night.
Good news is that whoever was night watchman and padded up could take his pads off. 7 o'clock. Pennington in and bowls to McDermott, who defends immaculately out into the covers where it's fielded by Barnard.
It's 13 seconds out by my reckoning.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely missing some time. Unless it's just that's how long it takes the sound to travel.
That's true, yes.
It's a little distance away. That looks quite close because it's in.
I don't think that's 13 seconds worth of distance.
No,
there.
I don't either. No. It's a terrific building. Walk past it on the way back to the hotel and on the way to the ground every day as Pennington is in and bowls to McDermott, who pushes this one out to the leg side where Whiteley does the fielding mid wicket. So 4 to survive now for Derbyshire. It is getting a little gloomier now, as you might expect, as we go beyond 7 o'clock. Josh Tong is standing down below us with his very fetching purple gloves, latex. Pennington's in and bowls over, that will go straight through McDermott, who goes for a little walk towards square leg. He's also wearing his face mask underneath his nose. Pointless. 91 for 3. Let's put it up now, that's better. It's one of my pet peeves. We had a meeting way back, probably April, May time last year. And I said we should do something on people wearing masks. So they're not wearing them properly and them sort of ignored. Pennington bowls, left alone by McDermott, tumbling stop by Ben Cox away to his right hand side, and he stays down. Might just have bent something the wrong way there as he took that ball as it died on him, really. And he's slowly getting back to his feet. It's an occupational hazard, I'm afraid, for wicket keepers to get bangs on the fingers. They've got horrible hands, haven't they? Wicket keepers, horrible hands.
That's a tough gig, can be.
Not their fault, of course.
When did it go up again? When can we have more?
2 deliveries to go. McDermott waits. Next delivery from Pennington's pushed off the back foot up to Alzari Joseph. There's quite a wide mid-off.
4 slips in for these last couple of deliveries then as a last throw of the dice by Worcestershire to try and end the day on a high. It's been a decent day for them anyway. But these two have certainly shown a bit of fight.
Pennington then, final ball of the second day here at New Road. He's in and bowls to McDermott, who leaves that one alone, turns around, touches his bat down and very smartly will march from the field. At the close of play, Derbyshire 91 for 3 in their first innings, with Wayne Madsen on 31 and Ben McDermott on 18. It means that Worcestershire have a lead of 330 going into day 3, when we'll have an extra 8 overs to make up for lost time today. Not all of it, clearly. Derbyshire will be happy that the sun shines so that they can enjoy their batting.
So those of you who are here tomorrow,
0 for 3 looks fairly unhealthy on the scoreboard at the moment. That's a slightly alarming scoreline. Billy Godalmar for 10, Brooke Guest for 20, and Lears deployed for 7. The men out today. As far as Derbyshire are concerned, Ed Barnard, the last of the batsmen to go for Worcestershire, he made 90. Alzari Joseph 12, Joe Leach 5, and Dylan Pennington was the not-out batsman. He made 24 as they were dismissed for 421.
Cheers, Reg. Thanks for your company today, as always, and thank you wherever you've been listening or watching our coverage today. I hope you've enjoyed the cricket that we've been able to bring you in between the showers. Please join us tomorrow, what we hope will be an unblemished day in terms of the weather, with this game still nicely poised, with Derbyshire 91 for 3 replying to Worcestershire's 421 all out. So there's still 330 runs behind, and still some work to do to avoid being asked to potentially follow on. So from New Road, from my colleague Dave Fletcher, and from me, Dan Wheeler, we'll speak to you tomorrow at just before 5 to 11. Have a very good evening. From New Road, it's goodbye.